1973. Fall asleep to hilarious history. Observations on an age of short fuses and long sideburns by Mark Twain. Copyright 2026, James Henderson. Chapter 1. Concerning the shocking scarcity of moral fiber. It has been often remarked, usually by people with a vested interest in the sale of cheap upholstery, that the moral fiber of a nation is much like the fabric of a high-end sofa, initially impressive, eventually itchy, and ultimately prone to revealing its stuffing at the most inconvenient moment. However, as I survey the landscape of this year of our Lord 1973, I am forced to conclude that the fiber in question has been replaced entirely by a substance known as polyester. Polyester is a marvelous invention if your primary goal in life is to survive a grease fire without losing your trousers, though you might very well melt into them in the process. It is a fabric that does not breathe, does not wrinkle, and does not possess a single soul. In this regard, it is the perfect uniform for the modern American statesman. We have moved from an age of iron and silk into an age of plastic and double knit, and the transition has done very little for our collective character, though it has done wonders for the visibility of one's kneecaps. I have spent the better part of this week observing the citizens of this republic as they go about their business, and I am struck by a singular, terrifying thought. We are currently being governed by men who believe that a wide lapel is a substitute for a wide intellect. There was a time, within my own somewhat dusty memory, when a man of stature dressed to command respect. Today, he dresses to blend in with the curtains of a cut-rate discotheque. I saw a gentleman yesterday in a suit of such a violent shade of avocado green that I nearly called for a physician, fearing he was suffering from a terminal case of bile. Upon closer inspection, I realized he was merely a junior executive at a local bank, and the suit was a deliberate choice made in a state of apparent sobriety. This leads me, by way of a very short and poorly paved road, to the matter of Washington, D.C. In my previous residency upon this earth, I found that a politician who was caught with his hand in the till had the basic decency to flee to Europe, or at least to offer a dramatic, tear-soaked resignation before retiring to a life of quiet, well-funded shame. There was a certain theatrical grandeur to our old-fashioned corruption. But the current crop of rascals, these Watergate fellows, have managed to turn political villainy into something as dreary as a suburban board meeting. Consider the tape. In my day, if a man intended to commit a crime of national proportions, he did not generally hire a team of technicians to record the event for posterity. The modern criminal, it seems, is so enamored with the sound of his own voice that he is willing to provide the prosecution with a high-fidelity roadmap to his own incarceration. It is a staggering display of vanity. It is as if a bank robber, upon entering the vault, paused to leave a signed photograph and a detailed list of his home addresses for the convenience of the constabulary. The scarcity of moral fiber in Washington is not merely a tragedy, it is a profound bore. There is no wit in their deceptions. When they lie, they do so with the wooden, unblinking stare of a man reading a vacuum cleaner manual. They speak of expletives deleted and inoperative statements, as if the English language were a piece of faulty plumbing that could be fixed with a wrench and a bit of putty. An inoperative statement is a marvelous phrase. In my time, we called it A lie. But we were a primitive people then, lacking the sophisticated vocabulary required to describe the act of being caught red-handed while insisting one's hands are, in fact, blue. And then there is the matter of the gasoline. I am told that the nation is running out of fuel, which is a fascinating predicament for a country that has spent the last 50 years building cities that require a motorized carriage to travel from the bedroom to the mailbox. I spent 4 hours yesterday observing a queue of automobiles that stretched from the local filling station to the next county. There were men in those cars who had aged visibly between the half-tank and quarter-tank marks. One fellow had begun to grow a beard of such significant length that I suspect he started the line as a youth and would finish it as a pensioner. The American character, when faced with a shortage of anything, be it sugar, silk, or petroleum, immediately reverts to the state of a hungry wolf in a butcher shop. We are a people who can tolerate the loss of our civil liberties with a shrug, but God help the government that suggests we might have to walk to the grocery store. The moral fiber of the nation, it seems, is heavily dependent on the availability of high-octane unleaded. I spoke to a man at the pump, or rather, I spoke at him, as he was busy shaking his fist at a sign that informed him he was limited to 10 gallons. "The country is going to the dogs, Mr. TwAIn," he bellowed, recognizing me perhaps from a portrait or a particularly vivid nightmare. "Sir," I replied, "the dogs have been waiting for us for quite some time, and they are starting to complain about the neighborhood." He didn't care for that. People in 1973 are remarkably thin-skinned. They possess a curious combination of utter cynicism and shocking fragility. They believe that everyone is lying to them, yet they are devastated to find out it's true. They wear mood rings to tell them how they feel, as if a piece of heat-sensitive glass were a more reliable witness than their own nervous systems. I watched a woman at a luncheon stare at her ring for 5 minutes with a look of mounting horror until it turned a muddy brown, at which point she burst into tears. "What is the matter, madam?" I inquired. "The ring says I am disturbed," she wailed. "Madam," I said, "you are crying at a piece of jewelry in a public restaurant. The ring is merely an astute observer of the obvious. We are living in an age of artificiality. We have artificial turf, artificial creamer for our coffee, and artificial integrity for our leaders. Even the hair on a man's head in this year of 1973 is often a work of fiction, or at the very least, a highly questionable editorial. The sideburns alone are enough to drive a man to drink. They have grown so large and so lush that they threaten to secede from the face and form their own sovereign territory. I find myself wondering what the great men of my youth would make of this spectacle. What would Lincoln have thought of a man in a powder-blue leisure suit? I suspect he would have gone back to the theater and asked for a better seat. What would Washington have said to a tape-recorded confession? He likely would have thanked his stars that he only had to contend with the British, who at least had the decency to wear bright red coats so you knew exactly where the trouble was coming from. In 1973, the trouble wears a smile and a layer of hairspray. It speaks in the soothing tones of a television news anchor and tells you that while the dollar is shrinking, your lifestyle options are expanding. It tells you that even though you can't afford beef, the soy-based substitute is practically indistinguishable from the real thing, provided you have never actually tasted a cow. It is a time of great confusion, a time of short fuses and long lines, a time when the only thing more inflated than the currency is the ego of the average citizen. And so I have decided to embark upon this pilgrimage, not to find the real America, for I fear I am standing on it, and the shag carpeting is making my ankles itch, but to document the hilarious decline of a civilization that has everything it ever wanted and can't remember why it wanted it. We shall proceed through this year with our eyes open and our sarcasm sharpened. We shall look at the disco floors, the political hearings, and the fondue pots with equal parts amusement and despair. For if we cannot laugh at the spectacle of a nation trying to find its soul in a Sears catalog, then we are truly lost. The moral fiber may be gone, replaced by a 60-40 cotton poly blend, but the human capacity for absurdity remains at an all-time high. And as long as there is absurdity, there is a reason for me to keep writing, if only to see what happens when the mood ring finally turns black and the gasoline runs out for good. Let us begin. I would offer you a seat, but I'm afraid the sofa is orange, the year is 1973, and I cannot guarantee that we will ever be able to get the smell of the upholstery out of our clothes. Chapter 2. The Great Gasoline Queue. Man is the only animal that will spend 4 hours sitting in a motionless tin box under a boiling sun for the privilege of paying 3 times the value of a liquid that smells like a chemist's mistake and burns like a guilty conscience. The author. It has been a long-standing boast of the American people that we are a race of pioneers, a restless folk who cannot see a horizon without wishing to pave it and charge a toll. We are a nation built upon the glorious foundation of the wheel, specifically the 4 wheels attached to a 2-ton steel cathedral known as the family sedan. In this year of 1973, the American citizen does not merely own a car, he is spiritually wedded to it. His sense of self-worth is measured by the cubic inch of his displacement, and his liberty is defined by his ability to travel 60 miles an hour in search of a slightly cheaper brand of bacon. However, Providence, which has a notorious sense of irony, has decided to play a trick upon this motorized civilization. The trick is known as the energy crisis, though a more accurate name would be the Great National Stagnation. We have discovered to our collective horror that the lifeblood of our republic flows from a very small number of pipes, located in a part of the world where the inhabitants have very little interest in our penchant for Sunday drives. The result is the gasoline queue. I spent the better part of Tuesday observing one of these caravans of the damned. It began at a station known as Buck's Petroleum, though why it is called petroleum when the pumps are as dry as a temperance lecture is a mystery for the ages. The line of automobiles stretched 3 blocks, turned a corner, bypassed a local elementary school, and disappeared into the hazy distance of the next township. It was a remarkable sight, a funeral procession where the corpse was the American dream, and the mourners were all wearing polyester shirts and sweating profusely. The atmosphere in a gasoline line is unique. It is a mixture of the tension of a high-stakes poker game and the weary resignation of a man waiting for his wife to finish browsing at a department store. There is a specific etiquette to the queue. One does not simply wait. One suffers with a certain competitive vigor. I saw one gentleman in a Cadillac, the size of a Mississippi riverboat. His engine was idling with a low, hungry growl that suggested it was consuming 3 gallons of fuel just by thinking about moving forward. He sat there, a man of obvious substance, with a forehead like a plowed field and a cigar that had long since gone out. Every 3 minutes, the line would lurch forward by approximately 6 inches, a distance so infinitesimal that it could only be measured by a scientist or a very patient ant. Upon this movement, the Cadillac owner would leap into action, revving his engine with the fury of a chariot racer, only to slam on his brakes and wait another 3 minutes. He was spending a fortune in gasoline merely to reach the place where he might buy more gasoline. It was a perfect circle of futility, a mechanical Ouroboros that smelled of exhaust and desperation. Then there is the matter of the odd-even rationing. This is a system devised by the government to ensure that the populace remains constantly confused and, therefore, too distracted to notice that the currency is losing its value faster than a dropped piano. Under this decree, if your license plate ends in an odd number, you may only purchase fuel on odd-numbered days. If it is even, you must wait for the even days. I witnessed a poor soul in a Ford Pinto, a vehicle which, I am told, has the charming habit of exploding if nudged by a light breeze, pull up to the pump on a Tuesday. The date was the 23rd, an odd number. His plate, however, ended in a 4. The gas station attendant, a youth with hair that appeared to be engaged in a long-running dispute with his ears, approached the car with the solemnity of a grand inquisitor. "Can't help you, Mac," the youth said, pointing at the plate. "Today's for the odds. You're an even." "But I'm out," the driver wailed. "I've been pushing this motorized tinderbox for the last 2 blocks. It's the 23rd. My birthday is the 23rd. My grandmother's address is 23. Surely there is some mercy in the law." The youth merely shook his head. "The law is the law. If I give you 2 gallons, the odds will rise up in revolution. They're a bloodthirsty lot today." The driver looked at his car, looked at the pump, and then looked at the heavens. He eventually abandoned the vehicle right there at the station, walking away with the hollow eyes of a man who has realized that his destiny is no longer in his own hands, but in the hands of a digit. This scarcity has elevated the gas station attendant from a humble laborer to a figure of terrifying social power. In my day, the man who held the keys to the grain elevator was the king of the county. Today, the king is the 19-year-old in the grease-stained jumpsuit who decides who shall drive and who shall walk. I watched one of these new aristocrats lean against a pump, picking his teeth with a matchstick, while a line of millionaires and middle managers looked on with the supplicating eyes of spaniels. He was the master of the closed sign. When he finally flipped that piece of cardboard over to reveal those 6 dreaded letters, a groan went up from the line that would have done credit to the victims of a Roman shipwreck. There is a theory, popular among the more optimistic thinkers of our time, that this crisis will lead to a new simplicity. They suggest that we will learn to love the bicycle, that we will rediscover the joy of the brisk walk, and that we will form carpools where neighbors can share the burden of travel. This is, of course, utter humbug. The American man does not want to share a car with his neighbor. He barely wants to share a planet with his neighbor. The interior of an automobile is the last sanctuary of the rugged individualist. It is the only place where he can sing off key, shout at the radio, and pick his nose in relative privacy. To suggest that he should invite Mr. Henderson from next door into this sacred space, a man who smells of cheap aftershave and insists on talking about his gallbladder, is an affront to the Bill of Rights. Furthermore, we are not built for bicycles. I saw a man of middle age and significant girth attempting to navigate a 10-speed bicycle through the streets of suburban Virginia. He was dressed in a pair of shorts that were clearly intended for a much smaller and more athletic person, and he was pedaling with a frantic, jerky motion that suggested he was trying to outrun his own heart failure. He looked like a bear trying to ride a dragonfly. It was a noble effort, but it was not progress. It was a desperate attempt to maintain a lifestyle that requires 40,000 miles of interstate highway to function. The tragedy of 1973 is that we have built a world that cannot move without the help of a liquid we do not possess, and we are too stubborn to admit that we are stuck. We sit in our cues, listening to the news on our transistor radios, news which informs us that the president is not a crook and that the inflation rate is transitioning, and we wait. We wait for the odd days, we wait for the even days, and we wait for the moment when the price of a gallon of gas will finally exceed the price of a decent bottle of bourbon. When that day comes, I suspect the American people will stop driving altogether and simply start drinking. It will be much better for the soul, though significantly worse for the upholstery. I eventually left the gas line and decided to walk back to my lodgings. Along the way, I passed a field where a single horse was grazing peacefully. The horse looked at me, then looked at the line of steaming, idling, honking metal boxes on the road nearby. It let out a long, slow breath and went back to its grass. It was the only creature in the county that seemed to have any sense of what was actually happening. It knew that while man may invent the internal combustion engine, the shortage is an invention of man's own vanity. We have traded our legs for wheels, our patience for horsepower, and our dignity for a 10-gallon limit. And as I looked at the orange sun setting through a thick haze of leaded exhaust, I couldn't help but feel that the horse was laughing at us. And frankly, I couldn't blame him. For in 1973, the only thing more plentiful than the polyester is the sheer unadulterated foolishness of a race that has forgotten how to get from point A to point B without a permission slip from the Arabian Peninsula. A note on the human condition in a traffic jam. It is a scientific fact that the IQ of a human being drops by 10 points for every 20 minutes. He remains stationary in a vehicle he believes should be moving at 60 miles per hour. By the second hour of a gasoline queue, the average driver has the intellectual capacity of a damp sponge, and by the third hour, he is ready to worship the gas pump as a god and offer it his firstborn child in exchange for a half-tank of unleaded. Chapter 3. Magnetic Tape, the Devil's Parchment. A lie can travel halfway around the world while the truth is still putting on its boots, but in 1973, both of them are likely to be caught on a magnetic tape and played back at half speed before a congressional committee. The author. In the grand, dusty Museum of Human Folly, there are many exhibits dedicated to the various ways a man may ruin himself. There is the classic gambling on a slow horse wing, the investing in a salt mine that contains neither salt nor mine corridor, and the ever-popular believing the promises of a woman named Delilah Rotunda. But in this year of 1973, we have inaugurated a brand new wing, constructed of polished mahogany and lined with state-of-the-art electronics. It is dedicated to the man who possesses the singular, breathtaking vanity required to record his own crimes for the benefit of future historians and current prosecutors. I speak, of course, of the magnetic tape, the devil's parchment. In my previous incarnation, if a gentleman of high standing intended to engage in a bit of light conspiracy or a touch of seasonal treason, he did so in a room with thick walls, heavy curtains, and a complete absence of witnesses. If he was particularly cautious, he wrote nothing down. If he was a fool, he wrote it in code. And if he was a complete idiot, he wrote it in plain English and left it in his coat pocket. But even the most accomplished blockhead of the 19th century never conceived of a machine that would sit quietly in the corner, spinning a web of brown plastic ribbon and capturing every stutter, every and every incriminating grunt for the sake of posterity. Yet this is precisely what has happened in the highest office of our land. We are told that the president has a recording system. It sounds so professional, does it not? It sounds like something a man of industry would use to dictate his memoirs or to remind himself to pick up more shoe polish. But in reality, it is a digital noose, woven from rust and electricity, and it is currently tightening around the neck of the executive branch with a persistence that would make a hangman weep with envy. I find myself marveling at the psychology of it. There is a certain brand of ego, a particularly 1973 brand that believes every word that falls from its lips is a pearl of such immense value that it must be preserved at all costs. A politician in this decade cannot simply order a sandwich without wondering if the Smithsonian might want a transcript of the transaction. He believes that even his most trivial musings are history in the making, and so he bugs himself. He turns his own office into a trap and then proceeds to walk into it every morning with a cheerful "Good morning" tape. The magnetic tape is a sinister medium. Paper has a certain dignity to it. It can be burned, shredded, or eaten by a loyal goat. But tape is persistent. It is a long, thin, brown memory that remembers things you have spent years trying to forget. It captures the expletives deleted, those colorful blossoms of the English language that we all use when we think the ladies have left the room, but which look remarkably grim when typed out by a court reporter with a grimace. In the old days, a man's reputation was built upon his public speeches, those polished, soaring monuments to rhetoric that had been scrubbed clean of all doubt and grammar. But the tapes have revealed the raw politician, and the sight is not a pretty one. It turns out that when they are not standing behind a podium, our leaders speak with the coherence of a man who has just been hit in the back of the head with a shovel. They mumble, they scheme, they stop in mid-sentence to wonder where they left their glasses. To hear a tape of a high-level government meeting is to realize that the fate of the free world is being decided by people who cannot seem to finish a thought without the assistance of a 3-minute silence and a heavy sigh. And then there is the matter of the 18.5-minute gap. This is the most delightful piece of theater I have witnessed since I saw a man try to sell a health tonic that was 80% gin and 20% swamp water. We are asked to believe that a secretary, a woman of presumably average intelligence and motor skills accidentally erased 18 minutes of a crucial recording while reaching for a telephone. I have seen many things in my life. I have seen the sun set over the Ganges, and I have seen a politician refuse a bribe. But I have never seen a human being perform a gymnastic feat that results in the surgical removal of exactly the most incriminating portion of a magnetic tape. If this secretary's foot is indeed that talented, she is wasting her time in Washington. She should be in the circus, or at the very least, playing professional football. To accidentally erase a tape in such a manner requires a level of coordination that borders on the supernatural. It is a masterpiece of inoperative accidents. But the tapes represent something deeper than just a political scandal. They represent the death of the secret. In 1973, nothing is private. We have cameras in the sky, microphones in the flower pots, and we are rapidly approaching a time when a man won't be able to have a private thought without it being broadcast to a committee in Philadelphia. We have traded the sanctity of the confessional for the reliability of the Sony reel-to-reel. I spoke with a young man recently who was very excited about the technology of sound. He told me that soon every home would have a tape recorder, and we could all preserve our family dinners and our holiday greetings for 1,000 years. "My dear boy," I told him, "have you ever actually listened to a family dinner? It is mostly the sound of soup being inhaled and your Uncle Arthur complaining about his taxes. Why on earth would you want to inflict that upon 1,000 years of descendants? It is a form of ancestral cruelty." He didn't understand. No one in 1973 understands. They are obsessed with documentation. They believe that if a thing is recorded, it is real, and if it is not, it never happened. They are filling their closets with miles of brown tape, capturing the most mundane moments of their lives as if they were afraid that if they didn't have a record of their lunch, they might forget they had eaten it. The tragedy of the Watergate tapes is not that they revealed a conspiracy. It is that they revealed the conspiracy was so uninspired. If you are going to subvert the Constitution, for heaven's sake, do it with a bit of flair. Do it with the wit of a Borgia or the grandiosity of a Napoleon. Don't do it while complaining about the price of milk and wondering if the air conditioning is too high. The tapes have stripped the mystery from the presidency and replaced it with the sound of a man who is clearly out of his depth and in need of a good nap. It is a humbug of the highest order. We are being governed by a recording, a ghost in the machine that repeats its errors until the tape finally snaps. As for me, I shall stick to my pen and ink. If I wish to be misunderstood, I prefer to do it through the medium of a well-placed adjective rather than a poorly placed microphone. A pen does not have a record button, and it certainly does not have a secretary's foot to blame for its omissions. It is a quiet, honest tool that only says what you tell it to say, and it has the decency to stay silent when you have nothing to contribute. In this year of our Lord, 1973, the devil's parchment is spinning, and the nation is listening to the sound of its own disillusionment. It is a scratchy, muffled sound, punctuated by the click of a machine that never knows when to stop. And as the reels turn, I cannot help but think that the only way to save our dignity is to find that secretary's foot and have it accidentally step on every tape in the country. It would be a tragedy for history, no doubt, but it would be a marvelous victory for the human ear. For as much as we love to hear the truth, there are some truths, specifically the ones mumbled by a man in a polyester suit at 3 o'clock in the morning, that are better left in the silence where they belong. Observations on the persistence of sound. The most dangerous thing about a tape recorder is not that it hears what you say, but that it lacks the human decency to forget it. Memory is a filter that keeps the gold and discards the silt. Magnetic tape is a sewer that keeps everything and serves it back to you with a side of static. If a man knew he was being recorded for the rest of eternity, he would likely never speak again, which, come to think of it, might be the greatest benefit that technology has to offer. Chapter 4. On the absurdity of the mood ring. If a man cannot tell whether he is angry or joyous without consulting a piece of heat-sensitive glass strapped to his finger, he has no business being at large in a civilized society. He should be returned to the nursery and kept under the supervision of a sensible nanny. The author. Man has always been a creature obsessed with the internal landscape, that mysterious, fog-shrouded territory where his thoughts and feelings reside. In the old days, if a man wished to know the state of his soul, he engaged in the difficult and largely unproductive labor of introspection. He sat in a quiet room, stared at a wall, and waited for some glimmer of self-awareness to strike him, usually with the same success rate as a man waiting for a lightning bolt to ignite his cigar. If that failed, he consulted a priest, a philosopher, or a particularly honest bartender. But in this year of 1973, we have done away with such antiquated methods. We have achieved a breakthrough in human evolution that allows us to bypass the brain entirely. We have invented the mood ring. The mood ring is a marvel of modern humbuggery. It consists of a hollow stone filled with liquid crystals that are purported to be so sensitive to the wearer's emotional vibrations that they change color to match his internal state. If you are happy, the ring turns a deep royal blue. If you are stressed, it turns a grim, soot-colored black. And if you are merely settled, it assumes a shade of green that reminds one of a stagnant pond in mid-August. I was introduced to this device by a young woman of my acquaintance who was staring at her hand with the intensity of a diamond cutter. "Mr. TwAIN," she whispered, her eyes wide with a sort of mystical dread, "my ring has turned amber. It means I am anxious." "My dear," I replied, "you have been staring at your own knuckle for 20 minutes without blinking, while the price of beef has risen 40%, and the president is being chased by a team of lawyers. If you were not anxious, I would suggest you were deceased. You do not need a ring to tell you that you are worried. You only need a mirror and a brief glance at the morning paper." But she would not be moved. She firmly believed that the ring possessed a wisdom that her own nervous system lacked. And this, I believe, is the central tragedy of 1973. We have reached a point where we no longer trust our own skin to tell us when we are cold, or our own hearts to tell us when we are broken. We require a retail receipt and a manufacturer's warranty for our emotions. The science behind this bauble is, of course, a delightful fraud. The liquid crystals do not respond to vibrations of the spirit, a substance which I suspect is remarkably similar to moonshine in its properties. They respond to body temperature, If your hand is warm, the crystals expand and reflect a certain light. If your hand is cold, they contract and look like a piece of burnt toast. Now, it is a well-known fact that when a person is angry or stressed, the blood tends to rush to the vital organs, presumably so they can survive the coming explosion, leaving the extremities cold. Thus, the ring turns black. When one is relaxed and in love, the blood flows freely to the surface, the hand warms up, and the ring turns blue. Consequently, the mood ring is not an emotional oracle. It is merely a very expensive, very flamboyant thermometer. It is a device that informs you with great theatricality whether or not you need to put on a pair of mittens. I witnessed a scene in a local tavern that perfectly illustrates the social peril of this invention. A couple was sitting at a corner table, engaged in that particular brand of 1973 conversation, where both parties speak at length about finding themselves without ever once suggesting where they might have been lost. The gentleman, wearing a shirt unbuttoned to his navel and a medallion that could have served as a shield in the Crusades, was attempting to explain his emotional trajectory. Suddenly, he looked at his wife's hand. "Your ring is black, Brenda," he shouted, his voice cracking with betrayal. "You're feeling tense. Why are you tense? I'm being completely open with you." Brenda looked at her ring, which was indeed the color of a midnight coal mine. "I'm not tense, Arthur. I'm cold. They've got the air conditioning set to Arctic, and I'm wearing a sleeveless jumpsuit." "The ring doesn't lie, Brenda," Arthur bellowed, his own ring turning a muddy, agitated purple. "The ring says you're stressed. You're suppressing your true self." They proceeded to have a magnificent row, fueled entirely by the color of their jewelry. By the time they left, separately, their rings were both a solid, uncompromising black. The rings had achieved what all great inventions strive for. They had created the very problem they were designed to solve. They had turned a mild chill into a domestic catastrophe. There is something profoundly insulting about the idea that our emotions can be codified into a color chart. The human heart is a complex, messy, and frequently ridiculous organ. It can feel 16 different things at once, most of them contradictory, and at least 3 of them involving the desire for a ham sandwich. To suggest that all of this can be distilled into blue-green calm is an affront to the dignity of our suffering. If a man is going to be miserable, he should have the right to be miserable in his own way, without his finger announcing it to the entire room. There was a time when a poker face was a prized American asset. A man could be losing his shirt, his house, and his sanity, yet maintain a countenance as blank as a fresh-washed window. Today, that same man would be betrayed by his accessories. He could sit there with a smile on his face, but his ring would be shouting "stressed" in a shade of charcoal gray, giving the game away to every vulture at the table. Furthermore, the mood ring is a symptom of a larger, more pervasive rot, the commercialization of the search for meaning. In 1973, you can buy enlightenment in a department store, you can purchase Zen in a box, harmony in a bottle, and self-awareness on a chain for $4.95 plus tax. We have taken the great, terrifying questions of human existence and turned them into gift ideas. We no longer want to be better. We want to look like we are in tune. We want the vibe without the effort. We want to wear our hearts on our sleeves, or more accurately, our temperatures on our knuckles, so that we don't have to go through the grueling labor of actually talking to one another. How are you today, Thomas? I don't know. Let me check the ring. Ah, it's a lovely shade of sapphire. I must be having a wonderful time. Thank you for asking. It is a lazy man's guide to the soul. It is a shortcut through the wilderness of the psyche that leads directly to a brick wall. And the most hilarious part of the whole affair is that the American public is buying these things by the millions. We are a nation of people walking around staring at our fingers, waiting for a piece of glass to tell us if we're having a good day. I suspect that if we were to take a mood ring and place it upon the finger of the Statue of Liberty, it would turn a color that hasn't even been invented yet. A sort of weary harvest gold frustration. She has seen a lot of things in her time, but I doubt she ever expected to see a generation of her children so bewildered by their own identities that they turned to a mood-sensitive trinket for guidance. As for me, I shall continue to rely on the old-fashioned indicators. If I am angry, I shall kick a wastebasket. If I am happy, I shall order a second helping of pie. And if I am anxious, I shall simply assume that I am still living in 1973 and proceed accordingly. I do not need a ring to tell me when the world is going mad. I have the newspapers for that, and they are much more reliable than liquid crystals. They may not change color when I get warm, but they have the distinct advantage of being useful for starting a fire, which is more than can be said for a mood ring, unless you happen to find one that turns flammable orange when you're feeling particularly incendiary. Let us leave the rings to the children and the seekers. We have more important things to worry about, like why the upholstery in this decade is so universally hideous. If someone could invent a ring that turns a different color when you're standing too close to a piece of orange shag carpeting, that would be an invention worth recording. Until then, I shall keep my knuckles bare and my emotions hidden, just as the Creator and the great American poker player intended. A final thought on the spectrum of sanity. The great irony of the mood ring is that it only works if you are already paying enough attention to yourself to notice the color change. If you are truly, deeply, and magnificently disturbed, you are unlikely to be checking your jewelry for a progress report. A man who is currently being chased by a bear does not pause to see if his ring has turned agitated purple. He simply runs. It is only the people with nothing better to do who have the time to be blue on purpose. Chapter 5. The Disco Floor, a New Method of Seizure. Dancing is a vertical expression of a horizontal desire, but the disco of 1973 is a vertical expression of a man who has accidentally sat upon a hornet's nest and is trying to negotiate his way out of the consequences. The author. History is a long and weary chronicle of the various ways human beings have attempted to move their bodies in time to a rhythmic noise without looking like they are having a catastrophic malfunction of the nervous system. In the old days, by which I mean the days when a man could still see his own belt buckle without the aid of a periscope, dancing was a dignified, if slightly ridiculous affair. The waltz had a certain grace. The polka had a certain vigor. Even the square dance had a mathematical precision that suggested the participants were at least aware of each other's existence. But we have now entered the era of the disco, and I am forced to report that the art of choreography has been replaced by the art of the unintended convulsion. I recently found myself, purely in the interest of scientific observation, I assure you, standing on the edge of a discotheque. The very name suggests a place where records are kept, perhaps a quiet library of sound. In reality, it is a darkened chamber of horrors, illuminated by a spinning sphere of mirrors that hangs from the ceiling like a glittering motorized planet designed to induce permanent blindness in the unwary. This disco ball reflects 1,000 shards of light across the room, creating a dizzying spectacle that makes one feel as though they are trapped inside a giant vibrating kaleidoscope owned by a lunatic. The music, if one can call it that, is not so much a melody as it is a sustained assault upon the eardrums. It is a relentless pounding throb, a beat that possesses the subtlety of a pile driver and the variety of a dripping faucet. It does not invite you to listen. It commands you to vibrate. I am told that this music is funky, a word which in my day described the state of a locker room after a particularly long wrestling match, but which, in 1973, appears to be a compliment of the highest order. The inhabitants of this neon purgatory are a study in the limits of human endurance. To begin with, there is the matter of the platform shoe. I watched a young man attempt to navigate the dance floor while wearing shoes that possessed a 4-inch block of wood attached to the sole. He was, for all intents and purposes, walking on stilts disguised as footwear. Why a man of average height would choose to elevate himself to the altitude of a professional basketball player while simultaneously depriving himself of any tactile connection to the earth is a question that only 1973 can answer. He moved with the tentative, tottering gait of a giraffe on ice, his every step a desperate gamble against the laws of gravity and the integrity of his own ankles. When this gentleman reached the center of the floor, a space illuminated from beneath by flashing colored tiles, giving the impression that he was standing on a giant electrified checkerboard, the music intensified. He did not bow to a partner. Indeed, he did not seem to recognize that there were other people in the room. Instead, he began to perform a series of frantic, repetitive gestures that I initially mistook for a plea for medical assistance. He pointed at the ceiling. He pointed at the floor. He rotated his hips with a velocity that suggested he was trying to generate his own electricity. This, I am told, is the hustle. It is a name that implies a certain level of dishonesty which is appropriate, as the dance is a complete fraud. It is not a dance. It is a rhythmic twitching, a mechanical repetition of movements that suggests the human soul has been replaced by a series of gears and pulleys manufactured in a factory that specializes in low-grade plastics. The fashion on the disco floor is equally alarming. I saw more silk in that room than I have seen in the entire Orient, most of it dyed in colors that do not occur in nature and would be rejected by a rainbow as being too loud. The men wear shirts unbuttoned to the midriff, revealing a vast expanse of chest hair and a collection of gold medallions that would be sufficient to fund a small revolution in South America. They drip with perspiration, a natural consequence of wearing synthetic fabrics in a room with no ventilation and 300 flashing lights, giving them the appearance of particularly shiny, overdressed seals. "Is this not magnificent, Mr. TwAIn?" shouted a young woman who was currently vibrating in a silver jumpsuit that appeared to have been sprayed onto her body with a fire hose. "Madam," I replied, shouting over a bass line that was currently rearranging my internal organs. It is certainly a spectacle. I haven't seen this much uncoordinated flailing since the Great Panic of '93, and at least then people had the excuse that they were losing their life savings. "You just have to find the groove," she screamed before spinning away into the gloom like a lost comet. The groove, it seems, is a mythical state of being where one loses all sense of dignity and surrenders entirely to the machine. In the disco, there is no conversation, for the volume of the music renders the human voice obsolete. There is no romance, for the participants are too busy staring at their own reflections in the mirror ball to notice anyone else. There is only the beat, the great leveler, which reduces the bank president and the busboy to the same state of rhythmic desperation. I find myself wondering what the future will make of this. Will our descendants look back at the disco floor of 1973 and see a pinnacle of cultural achievement? Or will they view it as a strange temporary madness, a St. Vitus dance for the age of polyester? There is something profoundly lonely about the disco. It is a room full of people dancing alone, together. They are isolated by the noise, blinded by the lights, and elevated by their shoes until they are no longer quite human. They are performing, yet there is no audience, only a sea of other performers, all engaged in the same frantic struggle to stay in time. It is a metaphor for the decade itself. We have the technology to light up the floor, we have the machinery to produce a thunderous sound, and we have the chemistry to produce fabrics that will never decay in 1,000 years. We have everything required for a grand celebration, except, perhaps, a reason to celebrate. And so we hustle. We move our arms and legs in the prescribed manner. We point at the ceiling as if expecting a revelation to descend from the rafters, and we pray that the music doesn't stop, because the moment it does, we will realize we are just a group of sweaty strangers standing on a piece of glowing plastic in shoes that are making our feet hurt. I eventually made my exit, stepping out into the cool night air of the street. Behind me, the muffled thud of the disco beat continued, a dull, repetitive sound, like the heartbeat of a very large and very stupid animal. I looked down at my own boots, plain, leather, and firmly attached to the pavement. I felt a sudden, overwhelming sense of gratitude for the humble sidewalk. It didn't flash, it didn't throb, and it certainly didn't require me to point at it in a rhythmic fashion. The disco may be the new method of seizure, but I think I shall stick to the old method of sitting in a comfortable chair with a cigar and a book. It may not be funky, and it certainly doesn't involve a silver jumpsuit, but it has the distinct advantage of allowing a man to keep his dignity and his ankles entirely intact. As for the youth of 1973, let them dance. Let them spin under their mirror balls and totter upon their platforms. For one day the lights will dim, the polyester will finally fray, and they will have to walk home. My only hope is that by then they have remembered how to move their legs without the assistance of a four-on-the-floor drum beat. But given the state of the world this year, I wouldn't bet on it. It's much more likely they'll just trade the disco floor for a treadmill and keep on hustling toward a horizon they'll never quite reach. A note on the velocity of vain movements. It is estimated that the average disco dancer in 1973 travels approximately 3 miles during a single evening, yet ends up exactly where he started, only 4 inches taller and significantly more dehydrated. This is the very definition of modern progress. A great deal of motion, a staggering amount of noise, and a total displacement of zero. Chapter 6. Secretariat, the only honest politician in America. A horse is a noble animal, largely because he lacks the imagination to be a hypocrite. He does not promise to lower your taxes while stealing your watch, and when he runs a race, he has the decency to do it in front of everybody rather than behind a closed door with a tape recorder. The author. If you were to take a casual stroll through the corridors of power in Washington this year, you would find yourself surrounded by a species of creature that has mastered the art of the sideways shuffle. These are men who never walk in a straight line if a zigzag will confuse the trail, and who never speak a plain truth if a convoluted lie can be draped in the flag and sold as a patriotic necessity. It is a dismal spectacle, a carnival of shadows, where the only thing being conserved is the skin of the participants. However, in this dark and dusty year of 1973, there appeared a flash of bright, unadulterated red, a creature of such immense integrity and staggering competence that he made the entire human race look like a collection of malfunctioning clockwork toys. I am speaking, of course, of Secretariat. Now, I have spent a considerable portion of my life observing the horse. I have seen them in the wild, I have seen them in the harness, and I have seen them at the racetrack, where they have frequently conspired with the local bookmakers to separate me from my hard-earned capital. But Secretariat is not a horse, in the sense that a common nag is a horse. He is a force of nature that happened to be wrapped in a chestnut hide. He is a four-legged rebuttal to the idea that greatness is dead in the 20th century. In June of this year, this magnificent beast did something that no horse had managed to do for 25 years. He won the Triple Crown. But it was not merely that he won, it was how he won. The Belmont Stakes is a race of 1.5 miles, a distance that is designed to expose the frailty of the equine heart. Most horses approach the final turn of the Belmont with the grim resignation of a man realizing he has left his wallet in a foreign country. They slow down, they labor, they look for the exit. But Secretariat did not slow down. He accelerated. He began to move with a terrifying rhythmic velocity that suggested he was no longer running against other horses, but was instead attempting to outrun the very concept of time itself. He finished the race 31 lengths ahead of his nearest competitor. 31 lengths! In the world of racing, that is not a margin of victory. It is a geographic displacement. If the second-place horse had possessed a telescope, he might have caught a glimpse of Secretariat's tail disappearing into the next county. I sat in my chair and watched the newsreel of this event, and for the first time in 1973, I felt a genuine sense of relief. Here, at last, was a public figure who did not require an interpreter. Here was a performer who did not have a press secretary to explain that when he ran 31 lengths ahead, he actually meant to stay in the middle of the pack for strategic reasons. Secretariat's platform was simple. He intended to start at the beginning, run faster than anyone else, and finish at the end. It is a revolutionary concept. If we could convince a United States senator to adopt a similar level of transparency, the shock would likely cause the Capitol dome to collapse from sheer astonishment. I am firmly of the opinion that we should abolish the upcoming elections and simply inaugurate the horse. Consider the advantages. A horse in the White House would be a tremendous improvement over the current occupant. To begin with, a horse has no need for a slush fund. Give him a bale of high-quality hay and a clean bucket of water, and he is satisfied. He will not attempt to wiretap the Democratic National Committee, primarily because his hooves are too large for the delicate work of electronic surveillance, but also because he simply doesn't care what the Democrats are saying. A horse is interested in grass, sunshine, and the occasional apple. He is not interested in political leverage. Furthermore, Secretariat is a creature of immense charisma. He has a chest like a steamer trunk and an eye that is clear, calm, and utterly devoid of the shifty Watergate squint. When he looks at you, you do not feel the need to check your pockets to see if your integrity is still there. You simply feel a profound sense of your own inadequacy, which is a very healthy thing for a citizen to feel in the presence of his leader. Compare this to the current Vice President, Mr. Spiro Agnew. As I write this, Mr. Agnew is currently engaged in a frantic legal dance regarding certain contributions he allegedly received while serving in Maryland. It seems he was taking envelopes of cash in the basement of the White House, a practice that even the most corrupt riverboat gambler would find a bit on the nose. Mr. Agnew spends his days issuing inoperative denials and his nights wondering which of his friends is currently wearing a wire for the Department of Justice. Secretariat, on the other hand, takes his contributions in the form of oats, and he consumes them in broad daylight. He has never accepted a bribe to throw a race, mostly because his pride wouldn't allow him to let another horse get within shouting distance of his nose. He is a creature of pure, unbridled ego, but it is an ego grounded in performance rather than PR. The tragedy of 1973 is that we are a nation that has forgotten how to admire a straight race. We have become so accustomed to the fix, the dodge, and the backroom deal that when we see something truly great, something that wins by 31 lengths simply because it can, we don't know how to react. We look for the angle. We wonder what kind of vitamins he's taking, or if the jockey has a battery hidden in his boot. We cannot accept that a creature could be that much better than the rest of us without some form of trickery. I spoke to a gentleman at the club who was grumbling about the horse's victory. "It's not natural, Sam," he said, chewing on a toothpick. "No horse runs like that. There's something fishy about it. I bet they've got him on some kind of secret chemical." "Sir," I replied, "if there is a chemical that can make a creature run 31 lengths ahead of its troubles, I suggest we put it in the D.C. water supply immediately. But I suspect the chemical in question is merely a combination of a massive heart and a total lack of interest in what the neighbors think. It is a rare compound, and it is almost never found in the human anatomy. We have become a society of muddlers. We live in the gray areas. We wear our mood rings to tell us how we feel. We listen to our magnetic tapes to hear what we said, and we wait in our gasoline queues because we forgot to plan for the future. We are a collection of second-place finishers, huffing and puffing in the dust while greatness vanishes over the horizon. And yet, there is Secretariat. He stands in his paddock, a king in a world of pretenders. He does not know about the energy crisis. He does not know about impeachment. He does not know that the dollar is shrinking, or that the upholstery in the local lounge is a violent shade of harvest gold. He only knows that When the gates open, his job is to run. There is a lesson there, though I fear it is one we are too sophisticated to learn. The lesson is that if you want to win, you must stop looking over your shoulder to see who is catching up, and you must stop looking at the cameras to see how you look while you're doing it. You must simply put your head down and move. I raised a glass to the horse last night. I toasted his health, his speed, and his magnificent 31-length silence. In a year filled with the chatter of liars and the static of recordings, that silence is the most beautiful thing I have heard. If the American people have any sense, which is a proposition I am prepared to argue against at length, they will stop looking at the polls and start looking at the Belmont. For in that red streak of lightning, we have found the only honest politician left in the country. He can't speak, he can't sign a bill, and he'll probably step on your foot if you get too close, but at least you know exactly where he stands. He stands at the finish line, waiting for the rest of us to catch up. And based on current projections, he's going to be waiting for a very, very long time. A note on equine versus human velocity. The difference between a champion horse and a champion politician is that the horse only runs when there is a prize at the end, whereas the politician continues to run long after he has been caught. If you chase a horse, he will eventually stop and let you catch him. If you chase a politician with a subpoena, he will suddenly discover a previously scheduled commitment in a country that does not have an extradition treaty. Chapter 7. The Sears Catalog, a Bible for the Materialist. The difference between a saint and a 1973 consumer is that the saint waits for his reward in the next world, whereas the consumer is willing to pay 12 monthly installments to have it delivered to his porch by Tuesday, provided it comes in harvest gold. The author. There was a time in the simpler days of our republic when a man's library consisted of 3 essential volumes: the Holy Bible for his soul, a weathered almanac for his crops, and a collection of Shakespeare for those moments when he wished to feel superior to his neighbors without actually having to do anything. These books were the pillars of civilization. They were bound in leather, smelled of old ink and wisdom, and were passed down through generations like sacred relics. But we have entered the year 187. No, I beg your pardon. My internal calendar is as confused as a politician's conscience. We are in 1973, and in this year, those ancient pillars have been toppled and replaced by a 4-pound gloss-coated tome of consumerist propaganda known as the Sears, Roebuck, and Company Catalog. In every American household I have visited this week, this book occupies the place of honor on the coffee table. It is the scripture of stuff. It is a comprehensive index of everything a human being does not need, yet feels a sudden, violent urge to possess the moment he sees it, photographed under a studio lamp. To flip through its pages is to take a guided tour through the attic of the American mind, an attic that is currently being filled with double-knit fabrics and plastic wood grain paneling. I spent the better part of yesterday morning studying the fall/winter collection, and I must report that if this is what the modern American intends to wear, the creator should have probably stopped at the rhinoceros and called it a day. The primary villain of this catalog is a substance we have discussed before, but which deserves its own circle in Dante's Inferno: polyester. Specifically, the double-knit variety, According to the Sears theologians, this fabric is a miracle. It is wrinkle-free, stain-resistant, and perpetually crisp. What they neglect to mention is that it is also human-resistant. It is a fabric that looks exactly the same whether it is being worn by a gentleman at a wedding or draped over a sagging porch swing. It has no character, no history, and no mercy. I turn to the section titled Men's Leisure Suits, a phrase that is itself a magnificent piece of linguistic fraud. It is called leisure because no man who has ever performed a lick of honest labor could possibly move his limbs in such a garment without the seams erupting like a steam boiler. The models in these photographs are a study in synthetic bravado. They stand with their hands tucked into their waistbands, their sideburns descending like fuzzy glaciers toward their jawlines, and their collars flared out so far that I suspect they could achieve liftoff if the wind caught them at the right angle. And the colors, dear Lord, the colors. 1973 appears to be a year in which the entire spectrum of light was filtered through a bowl of pea soup. There is avocado green, which is not a color so much as it is a medical symptom. There is harvest gold, which resembles the complexion of a man with a failing liver. And there is burnt orange, a shade that suggests a campfire that was extinguished by a bucket of cheap ginger ale. Sears insists that a man should dress to match his kitchen appliances. If your refrigerator is the color of a bruised lime, your trousers should be as well. It is a philosophy of total aesthetic surrender. I saw a suit in the catalog, a three-piece ensemble in stretch-woven polyester, that featured a pattern of brown and orange checks so large and so aggressive that they could be seen from a low-orbiting satellite. A man wearing such a suit does not enter a room. He inflicts himself upon it. He is a walking visual migraine. I moved from the vestments of the flesh to the sanctuary of the home. Here, the catalog offers us the shag rug. I have spent a great deal of time pondering the shag rug. It is a floor covering that attempts to mimic the untamed wilderness of a mountain meadow, using 2-inch strands of neon-colored acrylic. To walk across a 1973 shag rug is to engage in a perilous trek through a matted, synthetic jungle. If you drop your car keys in a deep-pile avocado shag, you might as well call the insurance company and report them stolen. You will not see them again until the next ice age. I suspect there are entire civilizations of small insects and misplaced guitar picks living in the depths of these rugs, entirely unknown to science. But the catalog does not stop at the floor. It offers us the console television, a device that takes a perfectly functional electronic box and encases it in 200 pounds of simulated Spanish oak. In 1973, we are terrified of technology looking like technology. We want our televisions to look like 17th century wardrobes. We want our stereos to look like coffins. We want our world to be covered in a thin, sticky layer of contact paper that looks like wood but feels like the underside of a postage stamp. It is a culture of the simulated. We have simulated leather, simulated wood, simulated marble, and, if the political news is any indication, simulated integrity. We are no longer interested in the thing itself. We are interested in the image of the thing, provided it is available for 3 easy payments of $19.95. As I turned the pages, I felt a mounting sense of exhaustion. The Sears catalog is more than a list of goods. It is a burden. It tells the American citizen that his life is incomplete because he does not own a battery-operated electric socks or a deluxe home fondue set. It creates a vacuum in the soul that can only be filled by the arrival of a brown delivery truck. I spoke to a man who was eagerly marking pages with a red pencil. "Looking for something specific, my friend?" I asked. "I'm getting the Imperial bedroom set," he said, his eyes glazing over with the fever of the true believer. "It's got tufted naugahyde headboards and matching lamps in the shape of Greek goddesses. It's going to change my whole life, Mr. TwAIn." "Sir," I replied, "if a tufted headboard made of a substance that never saw the inside of a cow can change your life, I envy the simplicity of your soul. But I suspect that in 6 months you will be sitting in that imperial bed, staring at those Greek goddesses and wondering why you still feel like the same old miserable rascal you were when you were sleeping on a plain wooden cot." He didn't listen. No one listens to a man who isn't wearing a leisure suit. The Sears catalog is the ultimate humbug because it promises that happiness is a logistical problem. It suggests that if we can just get the right modular sectional sofa into the right earth-toned living room, all our troubles, the war, the inflation, the tapes, the gasoline lines, will simply vanish. It is a colorful, glossy lie. And yet I cannot entirely condemn it. There is something touchingly human about the wish book. It represents the eternal hope of a race that has always believed the next horizon, or the next page, will hold the answer. We are a nation of wishers. We wish for a better world, and when that seems too difficult, we settle for a better vacuum cleaner with a self-winding cord. I closed the book and looked at the cover. It featured a happy family standing in front of a house that was undoubtedly filled with avocado green appliances and harvest gold carpeting. They were all smiling, the fixed, terrifying smile of people who have reached the end of the catalog and found everything they wanted. I hope they are happy. I truly do. But as for me, I think I shall stick to my old leather-bound books. They may not offer me a simulated wood-grain digital clock, but they have a distinct advantage. They don't require a limited warranty, and they never go out of style. Unlike the 1973 fall/winter collection, which I suspect will be viewed by our grandchildren as a collective hallucination that we all agreed to pretend was real. Until then, if you need me, I shall be in the garden. I want to see a color that wasn't invented by a marketing department at Sears. I want to see a green that actually grows, and a gold that comes from the sun rather than a vat of chemical dye. It may not be wrinkle-free, but at least it's honest. And in 1973, honesty is a commodity that you won't find in any catalog, no matter how many installments you're willing to pay. A note on the durability of bad taste. The most remarkable thing about 1973 fashion is not that it exists, but that someone, somewhere, had to sit down and draw it. A man had to look at a piece of brown polyester and think, yes, if we add some yellow zigzags and a zipper that goes all the way to the chin, this will be exactly what the public is clamoring for. It proves that while genius has its limits, the human capacity for designing ugly trousers is truly infinite. Chapter 8. The Peace with Honor Delusion. A politician's idea of honor is much like a gambler's idea of a sure thing. It usually involves someone else's money, a great deal of sweating, and a hasty exit through the back window just as the lights go out. The author. It has always been a specialty of the human race to dress its most hideous failures in the Sunday clothes of a virtuous victory. We are a species that cannot simply lose a bet or fail an exam. We must reevaluate our objectives or transition to a new phase of excellence. But in this year of our Lord, 1973, the United States of America has achieved a pinnacle of linguistic gymnastics that would make the ancient sophists turn green with envy. We have concluded a decade of blood, mud, and monumental confusion in Southeast Asia, and we have done so under the banner of peace with honor. Now, peace with honor is a magnificent phrase. It has a rhythmic, patriotic throb to it. It is the kind of phrase that looks wonderful on a bronze plaque and sounds even better when whispered into a television microphone by a man who has spent the last 4 years trying to figure out how to stop a leak with a handful of confetti. But if you take that phrase into the light and turn it over, you will find that it is as hollow as a politician's promise on election eve. In my day, when we finished a war, there was usually a clear indication of who had won and who had lost. There was a signing of papers on a battleship, a grand parade, and at least one general who looked like he had enjoyed himself. But the 1973 version of an ending is a far more delicate affair. We have managed to arrange a peace that looks remarkably like a retreat, and an honor that looks remarkably like a man trying to leave a restaurant without paying the bill while insisting he is doing it as a personal favor to the waiter. I spent an afternoon at a local tavern, a place where the air was thick with the scent of cheap tobacco and the collective disillusionment of several dozen men in flannel shirts, listening to the news of the Paris Peace Accords. "We've done it, Sam!" shouted a fellow at the end of the bar, waving a newspaper as if it were a magic wand. "We've got peace with honor. The boys are coming home." "My friend," I said, "I am delighted to hear that the boys are coming home, for they have spent far too much time in a place that clearly didn't want them there. But pray tell, where is this honor located? Is it in the fact that we are leaving? Because we could have done that 8 years ago and saved ourselves a great deal of mourning and several $1 billion in high explosives." He looked at me with the confused, slightly wounded expression of a man who has just been told that his favorite dog is actually a large disguised rat. "It's about the terms, Mr. TwAIn. We've got terms. We're leaving on our own feet, not being pushed." "Ah," I replied. "So honor is the ability to walk toward the exit before the bouncer actually puts his hand on your collar. It is a subtle distinction, but I suppose in 1973 we must take our victories where we can find them, even if they are purely grammatical." The tragedy of the Vietnam War, or the conflict, as the more cautious rascals in Washington prefer to call it, is that it was a war designed by committees, conducted by computers, and explained by people who believed that if you said a thing often enough, the facts would eventually grow tired and surrender. We were told for years that there was a light at the end of the tunnel. It turns out the light was merely an oncoming train, and we have spent the last several months frantically trying to jump off the tracks while maintaining a look of dignified composure. The peace with honor delusion is part of a larger, more pervasive 1973 phenomenon. The belief that the label on a thing is more important than the thing itself. We live in an age of branding. If you have a failing economy, you call it a correction. If you have a corrupt administration, you call it executive privilege. And if you have a war that has drained the national soul and achieved nothing but a bitter realization of our own fallibility, you call it honor. I find myself thinking of the men who actually did the fighting. They are returning to a country that is currently more interested in the price of a gallon of gasoline than in the sacrifices of its soldiers. They are coming back to find a nation that is wearing mood rings and dancing the hustle, a nation that wants to forget the last decade as quickly as a man wants to forget a bad dream about being naked in a church. There are no ticker tape parades for these fellows. There is only a quiet, embarrassed welcome back, and a suggestion that they try not to talk too loudly about what they saw. The honor in this piece belongs entirely to the soldiers who did what they were told with a courage that their leaders did not deserve. But the honor claimed by the politicians is a different species altogether. It is a simulated honor, much like the simulated wood grain on the Sears console televisions. It looks fine from a distance, but if you scratch the surface, you find nothing but cheap plastic and a layer of sticky adhesive. I saw a photograph of the negotiators in Paris, men in dark suits with faces as smooth and unexpressive as a bowl of cold porridge. They were toasted with champagne. They were congratulated on their statesmanship. They had successfully negotiated a way for America to stop doing what it should never have started doing, and for this they were hailed as geniuses. It is a strange world where a man is called a hero for finally putting out a fire that he himself spent 10 years stoking with kerosene. "It's a new era, Mr. TwAIn," a young college student told me, her eyes bright with the naive optimism that only a lack of historical knowledge can provide. "We've learned our lesson. We're going to have a generation of peace." "My dear," I said, "the human race has been promising a generation of peace since the first caveman realized that hitting his neighbor with a rock was bad for his own health. We don't learn lessons, we merely take recesses. We are currently in a very expensive, very noisy recess, and we are trying to convince ourselves that we have graduated from the school of violence. But the rocks are still there, and the neighbors haven't moved." The peace with honor delusion is a necessary lie, I suppose. A nation cannot look itself in the mirror if it admits that it has spent 10 years in a futile struggle. We need the gloss. We need the harvest gold tint on our history to make it match our kitchen appliances. We want our tragedies to be wrinkle-free and our failures to be stain-resistant. But as I look at the news reports from Saigon, where the peace is currently being celebrated with the sound of distant artillery, I cannot help but feel that we are merely postponing the inevitable. We have signed a piece of paper that allows us to leave the room, but the room is still on fire. We have declared honor, but we have left our dignity in the jungle buried under a pile of inoperative memos and empty shell casings. The greatest irony of 1973 is that we are celebrating the end of a war, while we are in the middle of a civil war of the spirit. We are a house divided, not by geography, but by a profound distrust of our own reflection. We don't trust the president, we don't trust the tapes, and we certainly don't trust the honor that is being sold to us on the nightly news. And so, we turn back to our catalogs and our disco floors. We buy our pet rocks and we wait in our gas lines, and we pretend that the peace is real because the alternative is to admit that we were wrong. And in America, being wrong is the only sin that cannot be forgiven, unless you can find a way to rename it a bold new direction. I shall raise a glass to the peace, for any day without a casualty list is a day worth celebrating. But I shall keep my own counsel regarding the honor, for honor is not something that can be negotiated in a palace in Paris by men in silk ties. Honor is a quiet thing, a thing of truth and accountability. And in 1973, truth is in even shorter supply than gasoline, and you can't even get it on the odd days. The war is over, they say. The honor is secured, they claim. The polyester is holding firm, and the mood rings are blue. Everything is perfect in this best of all possible years. And if you believe that, I have a very fine simulated Spanish oak bridge in Brooklyn that I would be delighted to sell you for 3 easy installments. A note on the vocabulary of victory. In the lexicon of 1973, victory is defined as any situation where you are allowed to keep your hat while being escorted off the premises. Peace is the interval between the moment the cameras are turned off and the moment the shooting starts again. And honor is the feeling you get when you realize that although you lost your shirt, you still have your cufflinks, provided they are gold-plated and purchased from the Sears Fall-Winter collection. Chapter 9. Skylab and the Falling Heavens. Man is the only creature that will spend his last dollar to see if the moon is made of green cheese, only to find it is made of gray dust, and then immediately begin planning a 3-story boarding house to be built upon it, regardless of the fact that his own roof at home has been leaking since the McKinley administration. The author. It has long been the ambition of the human race to go exactly where it is not wanted. We have climbed mountains that offered us nothing but frostbite and a magnificent view of our own insignificance. We have crossed oceans that were clearly designed to drown us. And now, in this year of 1973, we have decided that the earth itself is far too small a stage for our particular brand of theatrical folly. We have taken to the heavens. But we have not gone to the heavens as angels or even as explorers in the old grand sense. No, we have gone as suburbanites. We have launched Skylab. Skylab is, quite simply, a giant tin can equipped with the latest electronic gadgets and a very expensive set of kitchen cabinets, which we have hurled into the vacuum of space so that 3 men at a time can live there and conduct experiments. I am told these experiments include such vital inquiries as how a spider spins a web in zero gravity, and whether or not a man can eat a ham sandwich while upside down without choking on his own ambition. For this privilege, the American taxpayer has reached into his shrinking pockets and produced $2.5 billion, a sum so vast that if it were converted into $1 bills and laid end to end, it would reach the moon, come back, and still have enough left over to bribe every city councilman in Chicago. The launch of this celestial boarding house took place in May, and in true 1973 fashion, it was a magnificent catastrophe. You see, we are a nation that can put a man on the moon, but we cannot seem to manufacture a toaster that doesn't burn the bread on one side and leave it raw on the other. Within minutes of Skylab's departure from the launch pad, the meteoroid shield, a device intended to protect the station from the various pebbles and debris that the Creator left lying around the solar system, decided it had had enough of the American space program. It simply ripped off and vanished into the void, taking one of the primary solar panels with it. Imagine, if you will, spending billions of dollars to build a house in the sky, only to have the roof blow off before you've even moved in the furniture. It was a staggering blow to our national vanity. There sat Skylab, tumbling through the darkness like a discarded beer can, overheating in the sun and rapidly becoming a $2 billion oven. The scientists at NASA, men with foreheads like marble monuments and slide rules where their hearts should be, were in a state of high-altitude panic. They had built a masterpiece of technology that was currently being defeated by the simple fact that it was too hot inside for a human being to exist without turning into a medium-rare steak. Their solution was the most 1973 thing I have ever heard of. They did not send up a sophisticated cooling system or a team of robotic repairmen. No, they sent up 3 astronauts with a parasol. I am not joking. I wish I were for the sake of our national dignity, but I am not. They constructed a giant orange and silver umbrella, folded it up, and told the astronauts to poke it through a small hole in the side of the station and open it up to provide some shade. I have seen many things in my life. I have seen a man try to sell a wooden leg to a centipede, but I never expected to see the pinnacle of Western science saved by a piece of lawn furniture. It was as if the HMS Victory had been saved from sinking by a well-placed wad of chewing gum. "Is it not a triumph of American ingenuity, Mr. TwAIn?" asked a man at the newsstand, who was currently reading a headline that screamed, "Space Repair Successful." "Sir," I replied, "it is a triumph of something, certainly. But when you have to spend several $1 million to send a man into orbit just to open an umbrella because your $2 billion shield fell off, I would suggest that ingenuity is perhaps too kind a word. I believe the word you are looking for is embarrassment, followed closely by refund." But the astronauts, Conrad, Kerwin, and Weitz, managed it. They went up there, they wrestled with the jammed solar panel using what looked like a set of glorified hedge clippers, and they deployed their celestial sunshade. They became the first high-altitude handymen in history. They spent 28 days in that orbiting tin can, proving that a man can indeed survive in space provided he has a good sense of humor and doesn't mind living in a room that smells like a gymnasium locker that hasn't been opened since the turn of the century. The irony of Skylab is that while we are building these magnificent structures in the sky, the world below is crumbling in a most unmagnificent fashion. We are a people who can repair a solar panel in a vacuum, yet we cannot find a way to get a gallon of gasoline into a Buick without a 3-hour wait and a minor riot. We can track a satellite with the precision of a hawk, yet we cannot find 18.5 minutes of missing tape in a lawyer's office. We are obsessed with the frontier because the frontier is clean. There are no gas lines in space. There are no Watergate hearings in orbit. There are no mood rings or pet rocks or polyester leisure suits. At least, I hope to God there aren't. In space, everything is logical, mathematical, and silent. It is the ultimate escape for a nation that is currently being driven mad by its own reflection. I find myself wondering what the experiments on Skylab are truly for. They tell us they are studying the sun, the stars, and the effects of weightlessness on the human body. But I suspect the real experiment is to see if we can distract the American public from the fact that their currency is shrinking and their leaders are lying to them by showing them pretty pictures of the earth from 100 miles up. "Look how small the world is," the news anchors exclaim. "From up here there are no borders, no conflicts, no problems." "Yes," I would reply, "and from up here there is also no food, no air, and no way to pay the mortgage. It is very easy to be a philosopher when you are floating in a vacuum. It is much harder when you are standing in a slushy street in Cincinnati trying to figure out how to afford a pound of hamburger." Skylab is a monument to our misplaced priorities. We are like a man who spends his entire inheritance on a telescope to look at the stars, while his shoes have no soles and his children have no stockings. We want the glory of the heavens without the responsibility of the earth. We want to be gods in orbit, even if we are fools on the ground. And yet, there is something undeniably TwAIN about the whole affair. The sheer magnificent absurdity of it all, the idea of those three brave souls spinning around the world, eating dehydrated pudding and poking an umbrella out of a hole to keep from being cooked alive, while the rest of the country is debating the merits of avocado green refrigerators. It is a comedy of the highest order. If I were still in the business of writing travelogues, I should like to go to Skylab, not to see the stars, but to see the looks on the faces of the astronauts when they realize that even in the vast, empty reaches of space, they are still Americans of the year 1973. They still have to deal with faulty equipment, bureaucratic memos, and the nagging suspicion that the people back home have absolutely no idea what they are doing. I suspect that when they look down at the earth, they don't see a blue marble or a jewel in the night. I suspect they see a giant spinning ball of confusion, a place where people wait in lines for gas, dance the hustle in platform shoes, and record their own crimes on magnetic tape. And I suspect they are in no particular hurry to come back. As for me, I shall keep my feet on the ground. The heavens may be falling, as the old saying goes, but in 1973 they are falling with a very expensive price tag and a silver and orange parasol to keep the sun off. It is a humbug of celestial proportions, and I wouldn't miss it for the world, mostly because I'm stuck here anyway, and the bus to the launch pad is currently out of fuel. A note on the longevity of space junk. The great advantage of launching your failures into space is that they stay there for a very long time, orbiting the Earth as a permanent reminder of your tax dollars at work. A politician's mistake on Earth can be buried in a file or burned in a grate. A scientist's mistake in orbit becomes a new star that the children can wish upon, provided they wish for a better quality of meteoroid shield next time. Chapter 10. The Rise of the Fondue Pot. Communal dining is an ancient and noble tradition, dating back to the time when our ancestors sat around a campfire to share a roasted mammoth. However, our ancestors had the good sense not to attempt to eat the mammoth by impaling a cube of bread on a 3-foot needle and drowning it in a vat of molten Swiss. The author. If there is one thing that distinguishes the human race from the lower animals, besides our penchant for wearing neckties and our regrettable tendency to vote, it is our eternal desire to make the simple act of nourishment as complicated and perilous as possible. A dog will eat his dinner from a bowl on the floor and be done with it in 30 seconds, maintaining a level of dignity that is entirely absent from a suburban dinner party in 1973. For we have entered the age of the fondue pot, a period of culinary history that I am convinced was designed by a cabal of dry cleaners and burn ward specialists. The fondue pot is a device of singular malice. It is typically a ceramic or enamel vessel, finished in one of the three official colors of the apocalypse: avocado green, harvest gold, or a shade of pimento red that looks like a warning light on a failing submarine. It sits in the center of the table, perched atop a spindly metal stand, beneath which flickers a small malevolent flame fueled by a substance known as sterno. Sterno is a purple, gelatinous form of alcohol that burns with a pale, ghostly light, suggesting that the meal is being prepared by the ghost of a disappointed French waiter. The philosophy behind the fondue is communal participation, a phrase which in 1973 is used to justify everything from political rallies to the sharing of a single bathroom by a family of 6. The idea is that instead of the hostess performing the labor of cooking the meal in the privacy of her kitchen, she brings the raw ingredients to the table and commands her guests to perform the labor themselves, using nothing but a long, thin metal rod that resembles a Victorian hatpin. I was invited to such a gathering last Saturday evening. The hostess, a woman named Linda, who was wearing a caftan of such staggering proportions that she appeared to be a walking tent city, ushered us into the dining room with the zeal of a missionary. "We're doing everything in the pot tonight," she exclaimed, her eyes glittering with the fever of the true believer. I looked at the table. In the center sat the vat of molten despair, a thick, bubbling lake of melted cheese and white wine that smelled like a brewery had collided with a dairy farm. Surrounding it were bowls of cubed bread, which were intended to be the pilgrims sent into the yellow depths. The etiquette of the cheese fondue is a minefield of social anxiety. You are given a long fork, the handle of which is marked with a colored dot, so that you may distinguish your weapon from those of your neighbors. You must impale your cube of bread, submerge it in the cheese, and then, this is the crucial part, rotate it with a graceful, wrist-flicking motion to ensure the cheese adheres to the bread rather than your trousers. "It's all about the figure 8 motion, Mr. TwAIn," Linda whispered, as if she were revealing the secrets of the Freemasons. I attempted the figure 8. I submerged my bread, performed a maneuver that would have done credit to a symphony conductor, and began to withdraw my prize. It was at this moment that the bread, which had evidently decided it preferred a life of quiet contemplation in the cheese to a future in my stomach, slipped off the fork and vanished beneath the surface. A gasp went up from the table. "The penalty!" the guests shouted in unison. Apparently, in the twisted logic of 1973, losing one's bread in the fondue pot is a social crime of the highest order. The penalty varies. A man must buy a bottle of wine, and a woman must kiss the man to her left. Since I was the man to the left of a gentleman named Harold, who possessed a mustache that looked like a dying badger, I lived in mortal terror that the rules might be applied regardless of gender. But the cheese fondue is merely the introduction to danger. The true horror begins with the fondue bourguignon. In this version, the cheese is replaced by a quart of scalding vegetable oil, heated to a temperature that could successfully melt a lead pipe. Into this cauldron, the guests are expected to plunge raw cubes of beef. This is not dining. It is a tactical exercise in high-velocity grease splatter. I watched with fascination and no small amount of physical cowardice as 5 grown adults leaned over the pot, their long forks extended like the lances of medieval knights charging a dragon. When the raw meat hit the oil, the pot let out a hiss like 1,000 angry cobras. A cloud of blue smoke rose to the ceiling, where it immediately began to settle into the fibers of the shag carpeting, ensuring that the room would smell like a cheap steakhouse for the next 3 decades. "Isn't this fun?" Harold asked, wiping a bead of hot oil from his forehead. "Sir," I replied, "I have seen men in the Nevada Territory engage in less dangerous behavior while handling sticks of dynamite. If the goal is to cook a piece of beef, I find that a cast-iron skillet and a sensible distance from the stove are much to be preferred. This is simply Russian roulette, played with a dinner fork." But the modern American of 1973 loves the danger. He loves the sophistication of it. He believes that by sitting around a pot of hot oil, he is participating in a European tradition, unaware that most Europeans would rather be seen in public without their trousers than be caught eating dinner in such a ridiculous fashion. The fondue pot is the culinary equivalent of the leisure suit. It is a synthetic attempt at elegance that succeeds only in making everyone look slightly damp and profoundly confused. And then, as if our colons had not suffered enough, came the chocolate fondue. By this stage of the evening, the tablecloth was a disaster area of cheese drips, oil spots, and the occasional stray piece of beef that had been lost and subsequently rescued by a brave guest with a spoon. The hostess cleared away the wreckage and replaced it with a pot of molten chocolate. Into this we were to dip pieces of fruit, mostly bananas and pineapple, which, in the humidity of the 1973 dining room, had already begun to take on the consistency of wet sponges. "It's so decadent!" Linda squealed. "Madam," I said, "it is certainly a word, but I find that chocolate is a solitary pleasure. It should be consumed in the dark, in significant quantities, and without the interference of a 3-foot needle or the watchful eyes of a man named Harold." The rise of the fondue pot is a symptom of a nation that has lost its way. We have become so bored with the abundance of our civilization that we must invent ways to make our food difficult to reach. We have the meat shortage, yet we spend our limited supply of beef by boiling it in a pot of oil in the middle of the living room. We have an energy crisis, yet we burn thousands of little purple cans of sterno to keep a lake of Swiss cheese at a simmer. It is a socialist plot of the most insidious kind. It forces us to share our bacteria, our dinner, and our frustration. It eliminates the concept of the individual plate and replaces it with a communal vat. It is the death of the private meal. In 1973, everything must be shared, except, of course, the responsibility for the Watergate break-in or the bill for the gasoline. I eventually left the party, feeling as though my stomach had been lined with a layer of industrial-grade insulation. As I walked to my car, I saw a stray dog rooting through a trash can. He found a discarded piece of plain, undipped, unmelted bread and ate it with a look of pure, unadulterated joy. I envied that dog. He didn't have a colored dot on his fork. He didn't have to worry about the figure 8 motion. and he certainly didn't have to kiss anyone named Harold. The fondue pot will eventually pass, I suppose. Like the mood ring and the pet rock, it will be consigned to the attic of history, where it will spend eternity alongside the avocado green refrigerators and the polyester shirts. But for now, we must endure. We must dip. We must rotate. And we must pray that the sterno holds out long enough for the beef to become edible. It is the 1973 way. It is a long, hot, messy road, but at least we are traveling it together, clinging to our long forks like survivors of a shipwreck, trying desperately to find a piece of bread that hasn't slipped into the abyss. A note on the durability of melted cheese. It is a little-known fact that a drop of 1973 fondue cheese, once it has landed upon a pair of double-knit polyester trousers, becomes a permanent part of the garment's molecular structure. It cannot be washed out. It cannot be scraped off, and it cannot be ignored. It remains there as a medal of honor, a yellow, greasy reminder that you survived the great fondue uprising of Saturday night. One day, archaeologists will find these trousers in the ruins of our civilization and conclude that we were a race of people who decorated our clothes with small circular maps of Switzerland. Chapter 11. The Exorcist and the Decline of Decorum. It is a curious thing that a man who can sit through a 3-hour congressional hearing on the misappropriation of campaign funds without blinking will, upon seeing a 12-year-old girl spin her head like a weather vane on a stormy afternoon, promptly lose his lunch and his dignity in the aisle of a cinema. The author. If there is one thing the American public loves more than a scandal, it is a scare. We are a nation that is perpetually looking for something to make our hair stand on end, presumably so we can get a better look at it. In the old days, we had to rely on the local cemetery, a particularly vivid sermon on the sulphurous pits of the hereafter, or the sudden appearance of a tax assessor to get our pulses racing. But in this year of 1973, we have achieved a new milestone in the manufacture of terror. We have produced a moving picture called The Exorcist. I am told that this film is the most terrifying experience since the invention of the income tax. The reports coming from the theaters are like dispatches from a battlefield. People are fainting. They are fleeing into the streets with their hands over their ears. They are being treated for the vapors in the lobby by ushers who have seen more casualties than a Civil War surgeon. One gentleman in Chicago reportedly became so agitated by the sight of a levitating bed that he attempted to climb the theater wall, only to find that gravity is far more persistent in the Midwest than it is in a Hollywood studio. Naturally, I had to see this marvel for myself. I donned my least flammable suit and joined the queue, which, thanks to the gasoline crisis, is now the official national posture of the United States. We stand in lines for fuel, we stand in lines for beef, and now we stand in lines to pay $4 to have the wits scared out of us. It is a remarkable business model. If I had known people were so eager to be miserable, I would have spent my career writing descriptions of damp basements and overdue bills instead of humorous travelogues. The premise of the film is simple. A young girl in Washington, D.C., a city already possessed by more demons than it knows what to do with, becomes the residence for a particularly foul-mouthed spirit. The demon, a fellow named Pazuzu, who apparently hasn't had a bath since the reign of Nebuchadnezzar, proceeds to make the child's life and her mother's upholstery a living nightmare. However, as I sat in the darkness, surrounded by the sound of my fellow citizens gasping and clutching their mood rings, I found myself remarkably composed. For you see, I realized very quickly that I have been watching The Exorcist for the better part of a year. Only the theater is called the Senate Caucus Room, and the possession is taking place in the executive branch. Consider the pea soup incident. In the film, the possessed child emits a torrent of green, viscous fluid with the velocity of a fire hose. It is a scene that has caused thousands of Americans to swear off vegetable soup for the remainder of the century. But is this discharge really any different from the inoperative statements being spewed from the White House press office? In both cases, you have an entity that is clearly not itself, speaking in a voice that is not its own, and projecting a substance that is intended to obscure the truth and ruin the carpet. The only difference is that the girl in the movie has the excuse of being possessed by a Babylonian demon, whereas the gentlemen in Washington are merely possessed by a desperate desire to avoid a prison sentence. And then there is the matter of the spinning head. The child in the movie has a talent for rotating her head 360 degrees, allowing her to see behind her without the inconvenience of moving her shoulders. This is hailed as a supernatural horror. In the world of 1973 politics, we call this keeping an eye on the primary challengers. I have seen politicians perform more impressive cervical contortions than that girl ever dreamed of. I have seen a man look at his past promises, his current actions, and his future ambitions all at the same time, without once snapping his neck or losing his place in a prepared speech. It is not a demon. It is strategic flexibility. The film concludes with the arrival of two priests, the exorcists, who attempt to cast out the spirit using ancient rituals and a great deal of holy water. They shout, they pray, and they demand that the demon reveal its name. In our national version of the drama, the exorcists are led by a gentleman named Sam Ervin, a senator from North Carolina with eyebrows that appear to be trying to escape his face. He does not use holy water. He uses the Constitution. He does not use Latin. He uses a brand of country lawyer wit that is far more devastating to a liar than any exorcism rite. He sits behind his desk, looking like a wise old owl who has just discovered a particularly incompetent mouse in his nest, and he asks the possessed witnesses to please explain why they were recording their own conspiracies on magnetic tape. "I'm just a simple country lawyer," he says, which is the political equivalent of a priest saying, "I'm just a simple man with a direct line to the Creator and a very large cross." It is a beautiful performance. He is trying to cast the demon of deception out of the body politic, and the demon is fighting back with every executive privilege and confidential memo it can find. The audience in the theater was screaming when the girl began to levitate. I, however, was thinking of the price of a pound of steak. If you want to see a true miracle of levitation, look at the grocery store bill. A T-bone steak in 1973 can rise off the counter and disappear into the stratosphere faster than any possessed child. We are living in a world where the laws of physics and the laws of economics have both been suspended in favor of a general, all-encompassing humbug. "Was it not terrifying, Mr. TwAIn?" asked a young man as we filed out of the theater. He was pale, shaking, and appeared to be checking his own reflection for signs of yellow eyes. "My dear boy," I said, "it was certainly a loud and messy affair, but if you want to be truly terrified, you should go home and read the transcript of the latest cabinet meeting. You will find that the demon in the movie is a rank amateur. Pazuzu merely wants to ruin a bedroom. The rascals in Washington have designs on the entire republic. And at least the girl in the movie had the decency to look like she was suffering. The politicians look like they're waiting for a standing ovation." The decline of decorum in 1973 is complete. We have reached a point where we find entertainment in the sight of a child being tormented by a spirit, yet we find the sight of a president being tormented by the truth to be a national tragedy. We have our priorities exactly backwards. We should be laughing at the movie and weeping at the evening news. The popularity of The Exorcist tells us a great deal about the state of the American soul. We are so tired of the mundane horrors of the gasoline line and the inflation rate that we need a supernatural boogeyman to remind us that things could be worse. We want to believe that evil is something that comes from the outside, something that can be cured with a bit of Latin and a splash of water, rather than something we have carefully cultivated in our own ballot boxes. We want a spectacle. We want the head spinning, the bed jumping, and the pea soup vomiting, because it is easier to deal with a demon than it is to deal with a man in a polyester suit who is telling you that the economy is fundamentally sound, while your savings account is evaporating like a puddle in July. I find myself missing the old-fashioned ghosts of my youth. They were a quiet, dignified lot. They rattled a chain, they let out a moan, and they stayed in the attic where they belonged. They didn't engage in political sabotage, and they certainly didn't require a Hollywood budget to make their point. But in 1973, everything must be super deluxe. We have the Super Bowl, the supermarket, and now the supernatural horror. We have taken the quiet mystery of the soul and turned it into a blockbuster. It is the ultimate 1973 achievement. We have managed to turn the devil himself into a marketing opportunity. As for me, I shall stay away from the theaters for a while. I have seen enough possessions to last me a lifetime. If I want to see someone spitting green bile and talking in a voice that sounds like a sack of gravel being dragged over a tombstone, I'll just wait for the next televised address to the nation. It's much cheaper than a movie ticket, and I don't have to worry about anyone fainting in the aisle. Unless, of course, they happen to look at the interest rates on their way out. The exorcist is among us, all right, but he's not wearing a priest's collar, and he's not carrying a Bible. He's wearing a pair of horn-rimmed glasses, he's carrying a subpoena, and he's currently trying to figure out who erased 18.5 minutes of the devil's own tape. And God help the demon that tries to spin his head around. He's a senator, and he's been looking in both directions for 40 years. A note on the visual effects of corruption. The difference between a horror movie and a political scandal is largely a matter of lighting. In a movie, the monsters hide in the shadows. In Washington, they stand in the spotlight and tell you they are doing it for your own good. The special effects are also different. A movie uses latex and corn syrup to create a monster. A politician uses a constitutional crisis and a Department of Justice to achieve the same result, and the cleanup takes significantly longer than a trip to the dry cleaners. Chapter 12. The Great Meat Shortage. It is a solemn thought that in this year of grace, a man's social standing is no longer determined by the size of his library or the quality of his character, but by whether or not he can produce a genuine ribeye steak without having to mortgaging his home or resort to highway robbery. The author. The history of the human race is, at its most basic level, a history of the stomach. We have built empires, fought crusades, and invented the steam engine, all so that we might more efficiently acquire a hot lunch. In my previous residence upon this mortal coil, I found that the American citizen regarded the consumption of beef as a birthright, second only to the right to complain about the government. To a man of the 19th century, a dinner without meat was not a meal. It was a temporary setback, a religious penance, or a sign that one had been recently shipwrecked. But we have now reached the year 1973, a time of such magnificent economic confusion that the cow has been elevated from a farm animal to a precious metal. We are currently enduring the great meat shortage, a phenomenon that has seen the humble hamburger rise in value until it is nearly on par with a Spanish doubloon. The cause of this calamity is predictably the experts. We have been blessed in this decade with a collection of economic wizards in Washington who believe that the best way to ensure an abundance of meat is to make it illegal for a farmer to make a profit. In their infinite wisdom, they placed a price ceiling on beef. Now, anyone who has ever spent 5 minutes on a farm, which excludes approximately 98% of the current administration, knows that a steer does not care about federal regulations. A steer requires grain, water, and a certain lack of executive interference to grow. When the price of the grain went up and the price of the beef was held down, the farmers did the only logical thing. They stopped bringing the cows to market. The result is a nation of carnivores who are currently being forced to contemplate a future consisting entirely of broccoli and regret. I visited a butcher shop in Virginia last Wednesday to observe the effects of this protein famine. The shop, which used to be filled with the glorious bloody bounty of the Midwestern plains, was as empty as a politician's heart. There was a single lonely chicken in the display case, and it looked so weary and underweight that I felt the urge to buy it a sandwich rather than cook it for dinner. The butcher, a man whose apron was remarkably clean for a fellow in his profession, leaned over the counter with a haunted look in his eye. "Got any steak, George?" I asked, purely for the sake of the experiment. He looked around to ensure we weren't being watched by federal agents or hungry neighbors. "I got a chuck roast in the back, Mr. TwAIn," he whispered, "but it'll cost you. I'm asking $50 or your firstborn son, whichever is more convenient, for your taxes." "Sir," I replied, "my firstborn is a hypothetical entity, and $50 is a sum I usually reserve for the purchase of a small island or a very large bribe. I only want to make a stew, not found a dynasty." "Can't help you then," he sighed. "Beef is the new gold. People are hoarding it. I heard of a man in Maryland who has a basement full of frozen T-bones. He's waiting for the dollar to collapse so he can trade them for a fleet of Cadillacs. This is the state of the American dream in 1973. We have meatless Tuesdays, meatless Thursdays, and if the current trends continue, meatless ever-afters. The government encourages us to eat substitutes, a word that has always filled me with a profound sense of dread. A substitute is never better than the original. If it were, it wouldn't be a substitute, it would be the new standard. The primary substitute of the day is the soybean. The soybean is a small, hard, and remarkably flavorless legume that has been chosen by the powers that be to save our civilization. It is being ground up, dyed a suspicious shade of red, and shaped into patties that are purported to taste just like the real thing. This is a lie of such monumental proportions that it borders on the theological. I have tasted one of these soy burgers, and I can report that it tastes exactly like a moist piece of cardboard that has been briefly introduced to a cow in a dark alley. It has the texture of a rubber eraser and the aftertaste of a chemical factory. It's full of protein, a young woman at the health food store told me. She was wearing a headband and smelled vaguely of patchouli and unwashed expectations. And it's cruelty-free. My dear, I said, there is a great deal of cruelty involved in this burger, and most of it is being directed at my palate. If the Creator intended for us to eat beans shaped like cows, He would have made cows out of beans. He didn't. He made them out of delicious, succulent fat and muscle, and I for one find it a slap in the face of Providence to pretend that a legume is a sirloin. The meat shortage has led to a new form of social snobbery. At dinner parties, the conversation no longer revolves around the latest book or the scandals in Washington. Instead, it is a competition to see who has the best meat connection. We managed to get a leg of lamb from a fellow in West Virginia, one woman boasted, her eyes gleaming with the pride of a diamond smuggler. We had to meet him in a darkened parking lot and exchange the cash in a brown paper bag, but the marbling is exquisite. That's nothing, her neighbor replied. My husband traded our color television for 3 pounds of ground round and a slightly used ham. We can't watch All in the Family anymore, but the meatballs were magnificent. We are becoming a nation of Steak Underground members. I half expect to see speakeasies opening up in the back of hardware stores where a man can slip through a side door, give a secret password, and be served a forbidden hamburger in a room lit by a single candle. And then there is the matter of the horse meat rumors. Whenever beef becomes scarce, the rumor mill begins to grind. People whisper that the hamburger being served in the local diners is actually the remains of a failed racehorse or a retired pony. It is a terrifying thought for a nation that loves its horses almost as much as its charcoal grills. I saw a man staring at his burger in a greasy spoon yesterday with a look of profound suspicion. "What's the matter, friend?" I asked. "Afraid it's going to start galloping?" "I don't know, Mr. TwAIn," he said, poking the patty with a plastic fork. "But I swear I heard it neigh when the cook flipped it." The great meat shortage is the ultimate proof that the progress of the 20th century is a hollow humbug. We can build a skylab that orbits the Earth. We can record every mumble of a president on magnetic tape, and we can dance the hustle in 4-inch platform shoes. But we cannot manage to put a piece of meat on a plate without the entire economic structure of the Western world collapsing into a heap of soy grits and despair. We are a superpower that is currently being defeated by a shortage of cows. It is a hilarious and humbling spectacle. I suspect that the cows themselves are enjoying the situation immensely. They are sitting in their pastures, chewing their cud, and watching the price of their own hides climb toward the moon. They know that they have the last laugh, For while man may invent 1,000 substitutes and 1,000,000 regulations, he cannot invent the flavor of a well-grilled steak. As for me, I have decided to take a philosophical approach. If I cannot have beef, I shall have trout. If I cannot have trout, I shall have bread. And if the bread runs out, I shall simply live on a diet of pure, unadulterated sarcasm, a substance that is in remarkably high supply in 1973, and which, unlike the soybean, requires no shaping to be effective. But I warn the rascals in Washington, a man can tolerate a great deal of nonsense. He can tolerate a gas line, he can tolerate a Watergate, and he can even tolerate a mood ring. But you take away his Sunday roast, and you are inviting a revolution. For the American stomach is a powerful and vengeful organ, and it will not be satisfied by an inoperative statement. From a soybean, I shall dream of a T-bone tonight. It will be a dream of a lost civilization, a golden age when a man could walk into a shop, lay down a reasonable sum of money, and walk out with a package that bled through the paper. It was a simpler time, a better time, a time when a cow was a cow and a bean was something you threw at a neighbor's cat. God save the Republic, for the butchers have gone into hiding, and the soy is rising. And if you hear a neighing sound coming from my kitchen, I beg of you, do not come in. I am merely trying to negotiate a peace with honor, with a very suspicious-looking hamburger. A note on the evolution of the menu. In the year 1973, a restaurant menu is no longer a list of possibilities. It is a work of historical fiction. When it says prime rib, it means a legend told by our grandfathers. When it says hamburger, it means a chemical experiment conducted by the junior chef. And when it says market price, it means if you have to ask, you can't afford the napkin. The only thing you can be sure of getting in a modern eatery is the bill, and even that is likely to be printed on recycled soy paper. Chapter 13. Battle of the Sexes, Billie Jean King versus the Ego. Man was created a little lower than the angels, and he has been spending the last several thousand years trying to prove he is at least 4 inches higher than woman, usually by standing on a soapbox or a pair of elevator shoes. The author. It has been the long-standing, cherished delusion of the bearded half of the human race that a lack of skirts and a surplus of stubbornness constitute a natural right to rule the world. Since the days of the caveman, who likely hit his wife over the head with a club merely to prove he had the more aerodynamic swing, man has labored under the impression that superiority is a biological fact, much like the possession of a tail in a monkey or a lack of shame in a politician. However, in this year of 1973, this ancient humbug was dragged into the middle of a plastic shag-carpeted arena known as the Houston Astrodome, where it was soundly thrashed by a woman with a tennis racket and a pair of spectacles. I am speaking, of course, of the Battle of the Sexes. The combatants in this historic farce were Mr. Bobby Riggs and Miss Billie Jean King. To call it a tennis match is like calling the Great Flood a spell of damp weather. It was a spectacle of the highest and most ridiculous order, a carnival of gender-based vanity that could only have happened in a decade where men wear necklaces and women are expected to find liberation in the act of smoking a specific brand of cigarette. Let us first consider Mr. Bobby Riggs. Mr. Riggs is a gentleman of 55 years who possesses the energy of a hummingbird on a caffeine bender and the self-awareness of a brick. He is a hustler by trade, a man who would bet his own grandmother that he could outrun a tortoise while wearing a suit made of lead. His platform for this match was simple. He declared himself a male chauvinist pig, a title he wore with the same pride a more sensible man might reserve for a Medal of Honor. Mr. Riggs's argument was that a woman, no matter how talented, could never defeat a man on the athletic field, even if that man was old enough to be her father, and possessed a physique that suggested his primary form of exercise was reaching for another martini. It was a magnificent piece of theater. He went about the country insulting the female sex with a grin that was so wide and so oily it could have been used to lubricate the engines of a Boeing 747. He allowed himself to be photographed surrounded by sugar babies, young women in short skirts who appeared to be wondering if they were being paid enough to stand so close to a man who smelled of liniment and unearned confidence. On the other side of the net was Miss Billie Jean King, a woman who possesses the terrifying focus of a hawk and a backhand that could successfully level a medium-sized shed. Miss King did not go about the country making speeches about the fragility of men. She simply practiced her serve and waited for the moment when she could legally hit a ball at Mr. Riggs's head. The match itself was held in September, and it was broadcast to a world that was currently so starved for a distraction from the Watergate hearings that it would have watched a competitive cabbage-eating contest with equal fervor. The entrance of the players was a masterpiece of 1973 absurdity. Bobby Riggs was brought onto the court in a gilded rickshaw, pulled by a team of models he called his bosom buddies. He was wearing a jacket with "Sugar Daddy" emblazoned across the back, a phrase which, in my day, would have suggested a very different kind of social arrangement, but which, in 1973, is apparently a brand of caramel sucker. Billie Jean King, not to be outdone in the department of theatrical nonsense, was carried in on a litter by 4 muscular gentlemen dressed as ancient slaves. It was a scene that would have made Cleopatra blush and Mark Antony ask for a drink. There they were in a stadium built of steel and glass, surrounded by 50 million television viewers, reenacting the glory of Rome while prepared to play a game that involves hitting a fuzzy yellow ball over a net. I sat in my parlor watching the flickery image on the screen, and I found myself remarkably moved, not by the tennis, but by the sheer, unadulterated gall of the human race. We have invented the transistor, we have landed on the moon, and we have mastered the art of the freeze-dried coffee. Yet we still find it necessary to gather in our tens of thousands to see if a woman can beat a man at a game of swatting. The match began, and within 15 minutes it became painfully clear that Mr. Riggs had made a catastrophic error in judgment. He had mistaken his own hustle for actual talent. He moved across the court with the grace of a man trying to find his slippers in the dark, while Miss King moved with the precision of a Swiss watch. She did not merely play tennis. She conducted a surgical removal of the male ego. She ran him from side to side. She dropped the ball short. She lobbed it over his head. She made him look like a very tired, very sweaty, and very confused elderly gentleman who had wandered onto the court by mistake. As the match progressed, the sugar daddy jacket was removed, revealing a shirt that was rapidly becoming transparent with the perspiration of a shattered delusion. The male chauvinist pig was being turned into male chauvinist sausage, and the nation was eating it up. When Miss King finally delivered the killing blow, a cross-court shot that left Mr. Riggs clutching at the air, a roar went up that could be heard from Houston to the moon. The battle of the sexes was over. The woman had won. The hustle had been defeated by the hustle-less reality of superior skill. "It's a victory for the ages, Mr. TwAIn," shouted a young woman in the street outside my window, who was currently waving a sign that said, "You've come a long way, baby." "Madam," I replied, "I am glad to hear it. It is a victory for anyone who believes that a person's worth is measured by what they can do, rather than what they happen to be wearing under their trousers. But let us not get carried away. Miss King has proven that she is a better tennis player than a 55-year-old man with a gambling habit. While this is a step forward for civilization, it still doesn't explain why the grocery store is out of onions, or why the president is currently hiding in his basement with a tape recorder. The Battle of the Sexes is the ultimate 1973 event because it was a war fought with symbols rather than substance. It was a liberation that was sponsored by a candy bar and broadcast for profit. We love to turn our social progress into a spectacle because a spectacle is easy to digest. We can watch it on a color television, we can cheer for our side, and then we can go back to our mood rings and our leisure suits without actually having to change a single thing about our lives. Bobby Riggs, to his credit, took his defeat with the same oily grace with which he had promoted his victory. He realized that even in losing, he had made a fortune, which is the true American definition of honor. He had sold the public a humbug, and the public had bought it, wrapped it in harvest gold paper, and called it a revolution. I find myself wondering what would happen if we applied this method to our other national problems. Perhaps we could have a battle of the economic theories held in the Astrodome. We could put a Keynesian in a rickshaw and a monetarist on a litter and let them hit bags of shrinking dollars at each other until one of them faints from exhaustion. It would be just as productive as our current policy and significantly more entertaining, or perhaps we could have a battle of the Watergate tapes. We could have the president and the special prosecutor play a game of musical chairs to the sound of 18.5 minutes of static. Whoever is left standing when the static stops gets to keep the Constitution for the weekend. The tragedy of 1973 is that we are a nation that requires a spectacle to remind us of the obvious. We need a tennis match to tell us that women are people. We need a gasoline line to tell us that oil is finite. And we need a horror movie to tell us that evil exists. We are a race of distracted children, forever looking for the next battle to occupy our minds so that we don't have to look at the slow, grinding decay of our own integrity. Billie Jean King is a hero, no doubt. She stood up for her sex, and she did it with a racket in her hand and a fire in her eye. She proved that the male ego is a fragile thing, prone to punctures and easily deflated by a well-placed volley. But as the lights went out in the Astrodome and the bosom buddies went home to change into their polyester pajamas, I couldn't help but feel that the real battle is just beginning. For the ego is a persistent beast. It may be defeated in Houston, but it will pop up again in Washington, or in a boardroom, or in a mood ring factory in New Jersey. It will put on a different jacket, find a new hustle, and continue to tell the world that it is superior, regardless of the facts. As for me, I shall stay off the tennis court. I am a man of the 19th century, and my ego is far too large to be risked on a game involving short skirts and fuzzy balls. I prefer to keep my delusions intact in the privacy of my own study, where there are no cameras to record my lack of a backhand and no Billie Jean King to remind me that, in the grand scheme of things, I am just another sugar daddy, waiting for his caramel to melt. A note on the durability of chauvinism. The most remarkable thing about a male chauvinist is his ability to witness his own utter humiliation and conclude that he simply had an off day. If a man is beaten by a woman at tennis, he will blame his shoes, the wind, or a stray bit of dust in his eye. He will never blame the fact that she is simply better than he is. This is known as the masculine protective shield, and it is the only substance in the world more durable than 1973 polyester. Chapter 14. The CB Radio, a plague of breakers. Silence is golden, but in the year 1973, we have discovered how to base the national economy on leaden noise. We have given every man a microphone and a handle, and the result is a Tower of Babel on wheels where everyone is shouting and no one is listening. The author. It has been said that the gift of speech is what separates man from the beasts of the field. A cow may low, a dog may bark, and a politician may blather, but only man has the capacity to use language to express complex ideas, subtle emotions, and profound truths. However, after spending a week observing the American populace's latest obsession, the Citizens Band radio, I am forced to conclude that the beasts of the field have the better end of the bargain. A cow, at least, has the decency to remain silent when she has nothing of importance to communicate. In my day, if a man wished to speak to a stranger 3 miles down the road, he had to mount a horse, ride those 3 miles, and engage in a face-to-face conversation. This required effort, which acted as a natural filter for stupidity. A man rarely rode 3 miles just to tell a total stranger that he had a lot of chrome on his fender or that the weather was a bit damp. The sheer physical labor of travel ensured that only the most urgent or interesting thoughts were transmitted. But in 1973, we have abolished the filter of effort. We have invented the CB radio, a device that allows any individual with $20 and a lack of self-respect to broadcast his every idle whim to the surrounding countryside. It is the democratization of the megaphone, and it is the most terrifying development in the history of acoustics. The CB radio consists of a metal box, a tangle of wires, and a whip antenna that projects from the rear of an automobile like the tail of a very long, very nervous mechanical cat. This antenna is a lightning rod for boredom. It catches the static of the universe and transforms it into the voices of thousands of men, all of whom are currently sitting in traffic and all of whom believe they are secret agents in a high-stakes drama of the interstate. The first thing one notices about the CB culture is the handle. In 1973, it is no longer sufficient to be John Smith or Thomas Miller. No, the modern American driver must possess a nom de guerre that suggests a life of mystery and peril. I have heard men who spend their days filing tax returns refer to themselves as the Silver Fox or the Midnight Rider. I heard one fellow who was clearly driving a station wagon filled with screaming children and bags of groceries, announce himself to the airwaves as the Lone Wolf. "Breaker, breaker," he whispered into the microphone, his voice dripping with a simulated grit that suggested he had just finished a shootout in a Nevada saloon. "This is the Lone Wolf. Do you read me, good buddy?" Good buddy is the universal greeting of the CB world. It is a term of endearment used between men who have never met, will never meet, and who would likely cross the street to avoid each other. If they did, to hear a gruff truck driver from Alabama address a nervous accountant from New Jersey as "good buddy" is to witness a miracle of artificial intimacy that would make a con man weep with joy. And then there is the language. The inhabitants of the Citizens Band have developed a code that allows them to speak for 20 minutes without ever accidentally saying anything. They do not use the English of Shakespeare or Lincoln. They use a 10 code and a collection of idioms that sound like a dictionary being put through a meat grinder. 10-4 means yes. 10 to 20 means, where are you? What's your 20, good buddy? Is the question of the age. Smokey Bear is the police, so named because of their hats, though I suspect the real reason is that both the police and the bears are equally tired of being talked about on the radio. I was riding in a taxi yesterday, a vehicle that possessed a CB radio of such power that it appeared to be drawing electricity directly from the driver's nervous system. The driver, a man named Barney, who had renamed himself the Blue Shadow, was constantly fiddling with the knobs. "We got a Smokey taking pictures at the 42-mile marker," a voice crackled through the static. It sounded like a man speaking through a mouthful of gravel and wet wool. 10-4, Cottonmouth, Barney replied, nodding solemnly. "Thanks for the heads up. We'll keep the hammer down." "Barney," I said, "who is Cottonmouth? And why is the policeman taking pictures? Is he an amateur photographer? Is there a particularly beautiful sunset at the 42-mile marker?" "No, Mr. TwAIn," Barney sighed, looking at me with the pity one reserves for the mentally infirm. "Cottonmouth is a trucker, and the Smokey isn't taking pictures of the scenery. He's using a radar gun to see if we're speeding. It's a war out here, sir, a war of wits." "Sir," I replied, "if this is a war of wits, I fear the nation is currently unarmed. You are spending your entire journey listening to a stranger tell you about a policeman you would have seen anyway, while you yourself are providing a running commentary on your own location to anyone with a receiver. You are not a blue shadow. You are a man in a yellow car with a loudspeaker, and you are currently making it impossible for me to think about my lunch." The CB radio is a symptom of the energy crisis and the meat shortage. When a nation feels it is losing control of its destiny, it begins to talk. It talks to fill the silence of the empty gas tanks. It talks to forget the price of the soy burgers, and it talks because it is terrified that if it stops talking, it might have to listen to the sound of its own reflection. It is also a magnificent tool for the trucker strike. In 1973, the independent truckers have realized that if they all talk to each other at once, they can shut down the country faster than a congressional committee. They use the CB to coordinate blockades, to warn each other of bears in the bushes, and to complain about the price of diesel in a language that sounds like a secret society of poets who have all been hit in the head with a tire iron. But the real tragedy of the CB radio is the death of quiet. There was a time when a man's car was his castle, a place of solitude where he could commune with his thoughts or simply enjoy the passing landscape. Today, that castle has been invaded by 1,000 breakers. The air is filled with a constant scratchy murmur of 10-4, "What's your handle? And you got a copy on this?" We have become a nation of copies. We don't want to be ourselves. We want to be a copy of a trucker, or a copy of a rebel, or a copy of a good buddy. We are broadcasting our insignificance to the stars, hoping that someone somewhere will click their microphone twice to let us know we exist. I suspect that if we were to take a CB radio and broadcast a message to the Creator, the response would be a very long, very pointed 10-7, which, in the code of the rascals, means leaving the air. And who could blame him? If I had spent an eternity crafting the music of the spheres, only to have it drowned out by a man named Rubber Duck complaining about a speed trap in Ohio, I would turn off the receiver and go for a very long walk in another galaxy. As for me, I shall keep my hammer down in a different way. I shall stay off the Citizens Band. If I have something to say, I shall write it in a book, or I shall say it to a friend over a glass of something that wasn't made by a chemist. I do not need a handle, and I do not need a 10 code. I am Mark Twain, and my 20 is currently in a chair, wishing for a bit of peace. And if you want to know if I read you, the answer is a firm and uncompromising no. I am currently 10-10, standing by. But I am standing by for a year that doesn't involve a whip antenna, a polyester suit, or a man named Cottonmouth telling me how to drive my own carriage. 10-4, good buddy, over and out. A note on the velocity of static. It is a scientific fact that 90% of all communication on a CB radio in 1973 consists of people asking if anyone can hear them. The remaining 10% consists of people telling the first 90% to get off the channel. It is the most efficient system ever devised for the transmission of absolutely nothing, and it is the only technology in the world that can make a traffic jam feel even slower than it actually is. Chapter 15. Shag Carpeting, the Wilderness Indoors. A man's home is his castle, but in the year 1973, he has decided that the floor of his castle should resemble the back of a mangy buffalo that has spent the winter in a damp cellar. The author. The evolution of the human dwelling is a long and weary chronicle of man's attempt to keep the outdoors out. We built walls of stone to repel the wind. We fashioned roofs of thatch and shingle to discourage the rain. And we laid floors of hardwood and marble so that we might walk across our parlors without the indignity of sinking into the mud. For thousands of years, the floor was understood to be a solid, predictable surface, a place where a dropped coin could be easily retrieved and where a man's boots met the earth with a reassuring rhythmic thump. But we have now reached the year 1973, and in our infinite quest for progress, we have decided to invite the wilderness back inside, specifically in the form of shag carpeting. Shag carpeting is not a floor covering in the traditional sense. It is a sprawling synthetic meadow that has been dyed the colors of a chemical spill and installed from wall to wall. It consists of thousands of long, limp strands of acrylic yarn, each approximately 2 to 3 inches in length, designed to trap heat, dust, and the occasional unsuspecting houseguest. To walk across a 1973 living room is no longer a simple act of locomotion. It is an expedition. It is a trek through a matted, waist-deep jungle where the soil is made of foam padding and the foliage smells vaguely of petroleum and wet wool. The primary appeal of the shag rug, according to the Sears catalog and the various interior designers who are currently terrorizing the suburbs, is its luxurious texture. They tell us that it is soft underfoot, inviting, and modern. They neglect to mention that it is also the most efficient storage system ever devised for the things a man wishes to lose forever. I recently visited the home of a gentleman named Arthur, who had just completed the installation of a deep pile avocado shag in his den. The room was a sensory assault. The carpet was so thick and so lush that Arthur's furniture appeared to be slowly sinking into the earth, like the ruins of an ancient civilization being reclaimed by the forest. His coffee table was visible only from the knees up, and his lounge chair, a monstrous construction of orange naga hide, looked as though it were being swallowed by a giant, fuzzy alligator. "Isn't it magnificent, Mr. TwAIn?" Arthur asked, his feet disappearing entirely into the green abyss. "It's like walking on a cloud." "Arthur," I replied, "if clouds were made of plastic yarn and contained the accumulated crumbs of 3 weeks' worth of crackers, I should think twice about my aspirations for the hereafter. This is not a floor, it is a crime scene waiting for a witness. Tell me, how do you find anything that you drop?" Arthur's face clouded over with a momentary look of grief. "I haven't seen my car keys since Tuesday," he admitted, "and I suspect the cat is in here somewhere, though he hasn't meowed in several hours." This leads us to the most ridiculous accessory of the modern age, the carpet rake. In my day, a rake was a tool used by a gardener to gather leaves or by a farmer to level the soil. In 1973, it is a piece of household equipment used by a grown man to groom his living room. Because the strands of a shag rug have a tendency to lie flat under the weight of human traffic, looking less like a cloud and more like a matted sheepdog, the owner must periodically rake the carpet to restore its bloom. I watched Arthur perform this ritual. He took a long-handled plastic rake and began to comb his floor with the focused intensity of a mother tending to a child's hair. It was a pathetic spectacle. Here was a man who had survived the Great Depression and fought in a world war, now spending his Saturday afternoon teasing his floorboards so that they would look more funky. "You have to get the pile to stand up," Arthur grunted, his brow furrowed with effort. "Otherwise, it loses its vibe." "Sir," I said, "if your floor requires a vibe, I suggest you hire a professional musician. A floor should be a silent partner in the home, not a demanding pet that requires a daily brushing. What happens when you spill something? What happens when a rogue piece of fondue cheese escapes its fork and plunges into this verdant wilderness?" Arthur shuddered. "We don't talk about the cheese, Mr. TwAIn. We just pretend it's a new kind of fossil." The hygiene of the shag rug is a matter that would make a Victorian doctor faint with horror. A traditional rug can be beaten with a stick or swept with a broom, but a shag rug is a permanent archive of debris. A vacuum cleaner, even one equipped with the latest power beater technology, can only reach the top half-inch of the pile. The depths of the carpet remain a dark, untouched mystery, a subterranean world where lint, pet hair, dropped pennies, and the aforementioned soy burger crumbs engage in a slow chemical dance of decay. I am convinced that if one were to take a core sample of a 1973 shag rug, one would find evidence of every meal consumed in that room since the Nixon inauguration. And then there is the matter of the colors. The 1973 palette for carpeting appears to have been inspired by a combination of a tropical fever and a malfunctioning kaleidoscope. There is harvest gold, which looks like the aftermath of a catastrophic wheat harvest. There is burnt orange, which looks like a pumpkin that has been left too long in a kiln. And, of course, the ubiquitous avocado green. Why we have decided that our floors should match the color of a fatty, unpitted fruit is a question that I shall take to my grave. It is a color that suggests the presence of mold even when it is brand new. It is a color that mocks the very idea of cleanliness. I suspect that the popularity of the shag rug is a symptom of the search for comfort in a world that has become increasingly uncomfortable. In a year of gas lines, political scandals, and The Exorcist, we want to retreat into a soft, fuzzy cocoon. We want to take off our platform shoes and bury our toes in something that doesn't demand a statement or a subpoena. But the comfort of the shag is a humbug. It is a synthetic polyester comfort that makes your feet sweat and your allergies scream. It is a wilderness that requires electricity to maintain and a plastic rake to justify. It is the ultimate expression of the 1973 vanity. The belief that we can improve upon nature by making it out of acrylic and installing it over a layer of plywood. As for me, I shall stick to my hardwood. It is cold, it is hard, and it has the distinct advantage of not swallowing my car keys or my dignity. If I want to walk on a cloud, I shall wait for a particularly foggy morning on the Mississippi. And if I want to see a wilderness, I shall go to the woods, where the green is real and the pile is made of moss rather than petroleum byproducts. The shag rug will eventually vanish, I suppose. One day, the rascals of the future will tear up these matted orange jungles and find beneath them the pristine oak floors of our ancestors, and they will wonder what kind of madness possessed us to cover the genuine with the synthetic. They will find the lost keys, the forgotten pennies, and perhaps even Arthur's cat, preserved for eternity in a tomb of harvest gold. But until then, we must rake. We must groom. We must wander through our living rooms like lost explorers, hoping that we don't trip over a simulated wood grain ottoman hidden in the tall grass. It is a strange, fuzzy world we have built for ourselves, and the only thing more matted than our carpets is our collective common sense. 10-4, good buddy. I'm coming out of the wilderness now, but I've lost my left slipper in the den, and I suspect I'll have to wait for the next tide of the rake to see it again. A note on the density of the unknown. The most dangerous object in a 1973 household is not the fondue pot or the mood ring, but a single, discarded sewing needle lurking in the depth of a 4-inch shag rug. It is a landmine of the domestic front. A man may walk across his parlor with the confidence of a king, only to be brought low by a vertical piece of steel that has been hiding in the avocado since 1971. This is why the wise man always wears his platform shoes indoors, not for the height, but for the armor. Chapter 16. The Impeachment Rumor Mill. A rumor is a creature that can travel across the continent in the time it takes the truth to find its spectacles. And in Washington, D.C., A rumor is the only thing that travels faster than a politician running away from his own record. The author, there is a singular atmospheric condition that exists in the city of Washington which is found nowhere else in the known world. It is not exactly a fog, though it obscures the vision, and it is not exactly a fever, though it causes the inhabitants to sweat and babble in their sleep. It is a thick, humid vapor of confidential information that rises from the Potomac and settles over the breakfast tables of every congressman, lobbyist, and shoeshine boy in the district. In this year of 1973, that vapor has condensed into a single, terrifying, and altogether delicious word: impeachment. Now, impeachment is a word with a magnificent tectonic weight to it. It sounds like the falling of a great oak in a silent forest, or the sound of a very large, very expensive piece of furniture being dragged across a marble floor. To the average citizen sitting in his orange-carpeted living room in Peoria, it is a dark and mysterious legal process. But in Washington, it is the primary industry, the local sport, and the favorite topic of conversation for anyone who owns a suit and a secret. I spent a few days in the Capitol recently purely to observe the mechanics of the rumor mill. A rumor in Washington is not like a rumor in a small town, which usually concerns who was seen leaving the tavern at midnight or whose cow has stopped giving milk. A Washington rumor is a sophisticated, multi-layered construction built of unnamed sources, senior officials, and leaks that possess the volume of a broken water main. I found myself at a cocktail party, a gathering of individuals who appeared to be composed entirely of starch, gin, and an unshakable belief in their own importance. I had not been in the room 5 minutes before a gentleman with a pair of horn-rimmed glasses and a voice like a conspiratorial cello leaned in toward my ear. "Have you heard?" he whispered, his eyes darting toward the curtains as if expecting a team of burglars to emerge at any moment. "The committee has a new witness, a fellow who knows where the other tapes are hidden. They say he's prepared to talk, provided he gets immunity and a guaranteed seat on a corporate board in 1976. "Sir," I replied, "I have heard so many sayings this week that I am beginning to believe the entire government is operated by a mysterious entity named They. Who is this witness? Does he have a name? Or is he merely another highly placed source who lives in a darkened parking garage and survives on a diet of shredded documents and paranoia?" He looked at me with profound disappointment. In 1973, Washington to ask for a name is considered a breach of etiquette, much like asking a magician to show you the false bottom of his hat. The source is sacred. The leak is the currency of the realm. The city is currently being governed by a mill that never sleeps. The impeachment rumor mill grinds 24 hours a day, turning the grain of truth into the flour of speculation, which is then baked into the daily bread of the morning newspapers. Every time a door slams in the White House, the mill concludes that the president is packing his bags. Every time a lawyer sneezes in the Senate, the mill decides that a new constitutional crisis has been inaugurated. It is a beautiful and ridiculous theater. The actors in this drama, the senators, the prosecutors, and the White House plumbers, all seem to be aware that they are being watched by 50 million people through the eye of a television camera. Consequently, they have adopted a style of speech that is halfway between a Sunday school lesson and a detective novel. They speak of high crimes and misdemeanors with the same gravity a man might use to describe a collision between two planets. Yet they spend their afternoons arguing about who was responsible for paying the electric bill at the Watergate complex. The centerpiece of the mill is, of course, the president himself. Mr. Nixon is currently performing a role that would have challenged the talents of the elder Booth. He is the unindicted co-conspirator, a phrase that is a masterpiece of legal humbug. It means that while the law cannot quite put its hands on you yet, it is currently standing on your porch and looking through your windows with a very large pair of binoculars. He issues definitive statements that become inoperative by the following Tuesday. He tells the nation he is not a crook, which is a curious thing for a president to have to say. I have noticed that the more a man insists he is not a thief, the more instinctively I reach for my pocket watch to ensure it is still where I left it. If a man has to go on television and inform 30 million citizens that he has not been shoplifting the national integrity, you may safely assume that the shop is currently missing several of its more valuable fixtures. And then there are the leaks. In my day, a leak was something that happened to a boat or a roof. In 1973, it is the primary method of communication for the United States government. An official who wants to ruin a rival or promote a policy simply leaks a memo to a reporter. It is a form of political assassination performed with a Xerox machine. "The leaks are destroying the presidency," shout the supporters of the administration. "The leaks are the only thing keeping the republic afloat," shout the opponents. I suspect that both are right. The government has become so clogged with secrets and confidential files that the only way for the truth to get out is to seep through the cracks like sewage through a faulty pipe. It is a messy, undignified way to run a country, but it provides a great deal of employment for the people who make printer's ink. I visited a barber shop near the Capitol to see how the common man was digesting this diet of rumors. The barber, a man who had seen 6 administrations come and go, and who appeared to believe that none of them were worth the price of a haircut, was currently trimming the ears of a minor functionary from the Department of Agriculture. "What's the word on the street, Mr. TwAIn?" the barber asked, snapping his scissors with a rhythmic snick-snick. "The word, sir," I replied, "is that the president is either about to be impeached, about to resign, or about to declare himself the emperor of the Western Hemisphere and move the capital to San Clemente. It depends entirely on which newspaper you read and which bartender you trust." "It's all a show," the barber sighed. "They're all rascals. The only difference is that some of them got caught with the tapes running, and the others were smart enough to keep their mouths shut. You want to know what the real scandal is? The price of a gallon of milk. You can't impeach a grocery bill, more's the pity." This is the reality of 1973. While the rumor mill in Washington is spinning at 1,000 revolutions per minute, the rest of the country is trying to figure out how to pay the rent with a dollar that is shrinking like a cheap wool sweater in a hot wash. The constitutional crisis is a fascinating diversion for the intellectual classes, but for the man in the street, the real crisis is the fact that his car is out of gas and his steak has been replaced by a soybean. We are a nation of two minds. One half of us is addicted to the daily drama, the midnight subpoenas, the secret meetings in parking garages, the 18-and-a-half-minute gap, and the mounting evidence of a great national humbug. The other half of us is simply tired. We are tired of the noise, tired of the lying, and tired of being told that peace with honor and economic stability are just around the corner when the corner appears to be located in a different zip code altogether. The impeachment rumor mill will continue to grind, I suppose, until it has nothing left to consume but itself. We shall eventually have a trial or a resignation or a very long and very boring period of national exhaustion. But for now, we are a people obsessed with the maybe. Maybe there is another tape. Maybe the vice president, who has his own collection of unoperative problems, will have to go first. Maybe we will finally find out who Deep Throat is, though I suspect that when we do, he will turn out to be someone remarkably mundane, like the fellow who delivers the water cooler bottles or a disgruntled clerk in the stationery department. As for me, I shall leave the rumors to the experts. I have found that if you wait long enough, the truth usually comes out on its own. Usually, when it's too late to do anyone any good, and after everyone has already moved on to the next scandal, I shall return to my comfortable chair and my mood ring, which is currently a shade of apathetic gray. Washington, D.C. is a magnificent circus, but the air is a bit too thin for a man of my constitution. There is too much whispering and not enough plain speaking. If I wanted to listen to a group of men mumbling about their secrets, I'd join a lodge or go to a funeral. In the meantime, I shall keep my hammer down and my ears closed to the leaks. For in 1973, the only thing more plentiful than a rumor is the sheer unadulterated nonsense required to sustain it. 10-4, good buddy. I'm signing off before someone leaks my grocery list to the Washington Post and turns my preference for sourdough into a statement of political defiance. A note on the velocity of vain speculation. It has been calculated that if all the breath spent on impeachment rumors in Washington during a single week were collected in a balloon, it would be sufficient to lift the entire city off the ground and deposit it safely in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, a result that would be of immense benefit to the American taxpayer, though it would likely cause a significant increase in the price of salt water. Chapter 17. Avocado Green and Harvest Gold. It has always been the privilege of the Creator to choose the colors of the world, and He has generally shown excellent taste in the matter. But in the year 1973, the Creator has been unceremoniously replaced by a marketing committee from General Electric, and the result is a sensory calamity that would make a rainbow weep with shame. The author. If you were to take a walk through a typical American neighborhood in this year of grace, 1973, you would find yourself in the midst of a peculiar and pervasive phenomenon. It is not a plague of locusts, nor is it a sudden invasion of foreign cavalry, though either would be more aesthetically pleasing. No, it is a color conquest. We have reached a point in our history where two specific, aggressive, and altogether inexplicable shades of paint have successfully colonized every kitchen, bathroom, and laundry room from sea to shining sea. I am speaking, of course, of avocado green and harvest gold. In the simpler days of my youth, a kitchen appliance was a straightforward affair. A stove was made of cast iron and was black, because it was a place where fires were lit and soot was a fact of life. A refrigerator, when it finally appeared, was white, because white suggested cleanliness, purity and the fact that you hadn't left a piece of fish in there since the previous Tuesday. These were honest colors. They did not pretend to be something they were not. But the modern American of 1973 is no longer interested in honesty. He is interested in the look, and for reasons that I suspect are deeply rooted in a collective psychological breakdown, the look currently involves making one's kitchen resemble either a vat of thick pea soup or a field of overripe mustard. I recently visited the home of a young couple, let us call them the Millers, who had just remodeled their kitchen to bring it into the 20th century. I entered the room and was immediately struck by a sensation of mild nausea. The refrigerator, a massive two-door beast that looked capable of chilling a medium-sized bison, was finished in a shade of avocado green, so vibrant and so oppressive that it appeared to be vibrating. It was not the green of a fresh leaf or even the green of a healthy grass plot. It was the color of a fatty, unpitted fruit that had been left in the sun until it reached a state of advanced emotional distress. "Isn't it earthy, Mr. TwAIn?" Mrs. Miller asked, her eyes shining with the pride of a woman who had just conquered a new frontier. "Madam," I replied, "if by earthy you mean it reminds one of the floor of a swamp after a particularly heavy rain, then yes, it is a triumph. But tell me, why have you decided to coordinate your dishwasher, your stove, and your blender to match? Did the store offer you a discount for buying the entire harvest at once?" "It's a sweet!" she exclaimed. "Everything must match. It's the total kitchen concept." This is the central horror of the 1973 palette. It's totalitarianism. In the old days, if you had a green chair, it was simply a green chair. Today, if you have an avocado refrigerator, you are legally and morally obligated to acquire an avocado toaster, an avocado wall clock, and avocado linoleum that features a pattern of stylized daisies in a slightly different shade of avocado. It is a monochromatic prison. To step into a 1973 kitchen is to be submerged in a single, unwavering hue that mocks the very idea of contrast. And if you are not a green person, you are a gold person. Harvest gold is the second horseman of the aesthetic apocalypse. It is a color that is purportedly inspired by the rolling wheat fields of the Great Plains, but which in reality looks like the complexion of a man with a failing liver. It is a muddy, jaundiced yellow that has been applied to everything from porcelain toilets to plastic wastebaskets. I saw a harvest gold toilet recently, and I must report that it is the most discouraging object I have ever encountered. A toilet should be white. It should be a neutral, unobtrusive participant in the business of life. To make a toilet the color of a sun-scorched haystack is to invite a level of philosophical contemplation that no man should have to endure at 3 o'clock in the morning. It suggests that the harvest in question has already been processed and found wanting. Why have we done this to ourselves? I have spent many hours pondering this humbug. The official explanation from the designers, men with thin mustaches and French-sounding names who live in New York and hate the public, is that we are reconnecting with nature. We have spent the last century building gray cities and black factories, and now we wish to bring the natural world back into our homes. But nature, in my experience, is not composed entirely of avocado green and harvest gold. Nature has the good sense to include blues, reds, and the occasional splash of white. Nature does not make a refrigerator out of avocado-colored steel. This is not nature. It is nature's corpse, processed, dyed, and sold to us as a lifestyle choice. The real reason, I suspect, is the energy crisis. We are a nation that is running out of fuel, and when a man feels he cannot control the world outside his door, he attempts to control the world inside his kitchen. He cannot get a gallon of gasoline, so he buys a Harvest Gold blender. He cannot stop the Watergate hearings, so he installs avocado green shag carpeting. It is a form of domestic compensation. We are trying to decorate our way out of a national depression. It makes the house feel warm, Sam, a friend told me as he showed me his new burnt orange sofa, a piece of furniture that looked like a giant matted pumpkin. My friend, I said, a fireplace makes a house feel warm. A shot of good bourbon makes a house feel warm. A sofa, the color of a forest fire, merely makes a man feel as though his trousers are about to ignite. You aren't decorating. You're committing an act of visual arson. The 1973 color palette is also a masterpiece of planned obsolescence. The manufacturers know that in 10 years, the very sight of an avocado green refrigerator will cause the average citizen to break out in a cold sweat. By making these colors so aggressive and so specific to the year 1973, they ensure that the moment the vibe shifts, every kitchen in America will look as dated as a powdered wig. They are selling us fashion disguised as durability. They tell us that the porcelain on steel finish will last a lifetime, knowing full well that no human being could possibly live with Harvest Gold for more than a decade without losing their mind. One day, our grandchildren will walk into these kitchens and wonder if we were all suffering from a collective ocular defect. What did they do back then, Grandpa? Did they all wear green glasses? No, child. We were just very, very bored, and the Sears catalog told us it was progress. There is a psychological toll to living inside a bowl of pea soup. I have noticed that people who inhabit avocado green homes tend to have a certain weary, stagnant quality to their conversation. Their mood rings are perpetually a muddy brown. Their leisure suits are a matching shade of olive. They have become part of the decor. They have been coordinated out of existence. I find myself longing for the simple clarity of the past. I want a world where a stove is black, a sink is white, and a man's character is not judged by whether his dish towels match his microwave oven. I want to see a color that wasn't invented by a chemist at DuPont. But for now, I am a stranger in a strange and very green land. I must navigate my way through kitchens that look like compost heaps and bathrooms that look like haylofts. I must pretend to admire the warmth of burnt orange and the earthiness of Harvest Gold. It is the 1973 way. We are a nation of coordinated consumers, marching toward a horizon that is currently a shade of sunset amber, which is just Harvest Gold with a hangover. And as I look at the orange sun setting through the leaded haze of the city, I can't help but feel that even the heavens are trying to match our appliances. God help us if the Creator ever decides to remodel. If He takes a cue from General Electric, we'll wake up tomorrow to an avocado green sky and a Harvest Gold ocean, and at that point I shall simply close my eyes and wait for the next ice age to come along and whitewash the whole business. Until then, I shall keep my eyes on the floor, provided, of course, that the floor isn't covered in a 4-inch pile of moss-toned shag. For in 1973, there is no escape from the color wheel of the apocalypse. You can run from the Smokey Bear and you can hide from the Exorcist, but you cannot hide from the total kitchen concept. It is everywhere. It is matching, and it is avocado. 10-4, good buddy. I'm going into the pantry now to find a cracker, if I can find the pantry door in this sea of harvest gold. It's a dangerous world, and the only thing more certain than death and taxes is the fact that your new dishwasher is going to look exactly like a large electrified squash. A note on the longevity of regret. It is a scientific fact that a Harvest Gold refrigerator will continue to function perfectly long after the owner has died of embarrassment. It is a substance more durable than granite and more persistent than a tax collector. One day, archaeologists will excavate the suburbs of America and find nothing left but thousands of avocado green stoves, still standing in the ruins of our homes. A permanent porcelain monument to the year we all decided that good taste was an optional extra. Chapter 18. The Pet Rock, the ultimate American dream. Man is the only animal that can be convinced to pay $4 for a piece of granite that has spent the last several million years doing absolutely nothing, only to be told that it requires air holes in its cardboard box to keep it from suffocating. It is a magnificent testament to the human imagination and a depressing indictment of the human intellect. The author. If you were to take a survey of the great accomplishments of the human race, the taming of fire, the invention of the printing press, the discovery of anesthesia, and the development of the steam engine, you would find that each of these milestones was achieved through a great deal of sweat, labor, and the occasional explosion. They were solutions to problems that had plagued our species since we first climbed out of the mud and decided that walking on 2 legs was a more efficient way to reach the fruit. But in this year of 1973, we have achieved a breakthrough of a different sort. We have reached the pinnacle of the humbug. We have discovered that the American public, currently weary of the energy crisis, exhausted by the Watergate tapes, and nauseated by their own avocado green kitchens, is willing to reach into its pockets and exchange its hard-earned currency for a common stone. I am speaking, of course, of the pet rock. Now, I have seen many a swindle in my time. I have seen men sell invigorating tonics made of river water and low-grade gin. I have seen land speculators sell prime real estate that was currently located 4 feet beneath the surface of a Mississippi swamp. And I have seen politicians sell peace with honor while the cannons were still warm. But all of these rascals at least had the decency to provide a product that pretended to be useful. The genius of the pet rock is that it does not even bother with the pretense. It is a rock. It is a piece of gray, unremarkable Mexican beach pebble that you could find by the thousands if you were willing to walk to the shore and bend your back for 30 seconds. But the modern American does not want to bend his back. He wants to be sold. He wants a concept. And a gentleman named Gary Dahl, a man who clearly possesses a deeper understanding of the human capacity for foolishness than any philosopher since Socrates, has provided exactly that. For the sum of $3.95, plus tax, which is the government's way of admitting it wants a piece of the madness, you receive a small cardboard box fashioned to look like a pet carrier. The box has air holes punched into the sides, a touch of such exquisite satirical cruelty that it nearly makes me weep with admiration. The idea that a piece of granite, which has survived the cooling of the Earth's crust and the pressure of several geological eras, might suddenly suffocate in a suburban living room without proper ventilation is a lie of such breathtaking audacity that it deserves a monument in the Capitol. Inside the box, nestled upon a bed of shredded straw like a tiny mineral savior, is the rock, and accompanying the rock is the official training manual. I spent an hour yesterday reading this manual, and I can report that it is the finest work of fiction produced in 1973, eclipsing even the most creative inoperative statements from the White House. It instructs the new owner on how to care for his geological companion. It explains that a pet rock is the perfect pet because it does not eat, it does not bark, it does not shed, and it does not have the regrettable habit of depositing unpleasant surprises on the harvest gold carpeting. Your pet rock is easy to train, the manual declares with a straight face. It can already sit and stay with remarkable proficiency. With a little patience, you can even teach it to roll over, though this generally requires the assistance of a steep hill and a firm shove. I spoke to a woman at the department store who was clutching 3 of these boxes to her bosom as if they contained the crown jewels of England. "Aren't they adorable, Mr. TwAIn?" she chirped. "I'm giving them to my nephews for Christmas. They've always wanted a dog, but my sister can't stand the noise. This is the perfect compromise." "Madam," I replied, "if your nephews find joy in a piece of unmoving gravel, I suggest you take them to a construction site. They will find themselves in a paradise of perfection that would make a kennel look like a chaotic nightmare. Tell me, do you really believe that a child who wants the wagging tail and the wet nose of a spaniel will be satisfied by the stoic silence of a pebble?" "It's the idea of it," she insisted, her mood ring turning a bright, agitated purple. "It's a conversation piece. It shows you have a sense of humor." "My dear," I said, "to pay $4 for a rock does not show that you have a sense of humor. It shows that you have a surplus of capital and a deficit of common sense. If you want a conversation piece, I suggest you invite a local politician to dinner. He will provide a great deal of noise. He will eat all your food, and he will be just as difficult to move as that rock, though significantly less honest. The pet rock is the ultimate 1973 achievement because it represents the commercialization of nothing. We are a nation that has everything, and yet we are so bored and so lonely that we are willing to buy companionship in a box. We have socialized ourselves into a state of paralysis. We don't want the responsibility of a living thing. A dog requires walks. A cat requires affection. A human being requires a complicated negotiation of feelings. But a rock asks for nothing. It does not judge you when you wear your polyester leisure suit. It does not record your conversations on magnetic tape. It does not complain when the gasoline runs out. It is the silent majority of pets. I find myself wondering what the future will make of this. Will archaeologists of the 25th century uncover these boxes and conclude that we were a race of stone worshippers? Will they find a pet rock in the ruins of a suburban home and assume it was a sacred idol, perhaps a representation of a minor deity of the consumer age. Here, they will say, is the God of the 1970s. It was small, it was gray, and it lived in a box with air holes. Its followers were a strange people who dressed in avocado green and worshipped the hustle. They were a peaceful people, largely because they spent most of their time waiting in lines and staring at their jewelry to see how they felt. The pet rock is a humbug of the highest order, but unlike the peace with honor or the economic stability promised by the rascals in Washington, the pet rock is an honest humbug. It tells you exactly what it is. It doesn't promise to lower your taxes or win a war. It just sits there. It is the only thing in 1973 that isn't trying to sell you a different version of itself. Gary Dahl has made $1 million by selling the American people a mirror. When you look at a pet rock, you're looking at your own desire to be entertained at any cost. You're looking at a society that has so much leisure that it must invent ways to spend it on a stone. It is a hilarious, depressing, and magnificent spectacle. As for me, I shall not be purchasing a pet rock. I have enough rocks in my life already. Most of them are currently serving in the United States Senate, where they have been sitting and staying for several decades without the need for a training manual. If I want a piece of granite, I shall go to the river and pick one up for free. I shall carry it home, place it on my desk, and if it dares to ask for air holes, I shall throw it through the window of the nearest Sears catalog warehouse. We are living in an age of absurdity, and the pet rock is its mascot. It is a gray, unblinking witness to our decline. And as I look at the millions of these little boxes being shipped across the country, I can't help but feel a certain grim respect for the man who thought of it. For he has proven the oldest truth in the world, that you can sell a man anything, provided you package it with enough wit to make him feel clever for being a fool. 10-4, good buddy. I'm going into the garden now to find a rock that doesn't have a trademark. I want to see if it's possible to have a conversation with a piece of nature that hasn't been vetted by a marketing department. I suspect it will be a very quiet afternoon, but at least the air will be free. A note on the geological speed of progress. The pet rock is the only pet in history that can be outlived by its owner, its owner's children, and the entire civilization in which it was purchased. It is a forever friend in the most literal sense, long after the polyester has crumbled into dust and the last harvest gold refrigerator has been melted down for scrap. The pet rock will still be sitting and staying exactly where you left it. It is the only thing we have built in 1973 that is truly wrinkle-free and stain-resistant. Chapter 19. Observations on the mustache. A mustache is a curious ornament. It is the only piece of furniture a man can move into his house without his wife's permission. Yet it is the one she will most frequently ask him to evict before the week is out. In 1973, however, the mustache has ceased to be an ornament and has become a structural necessity, a hairy buttress for a face that is rapidly losing its foundation. The author. It has often been said that the human countenance is the mirror of the soul. If this be true, then I am forced to conclude that the soul of the American male in 1973 is currently undergoing a period of profound confusion, punctuated by a desperate desire to hide behind a hedge. In my previous residence upon this earth, A man's facial hair was a statement of character. A beard was a sign of wisdom. A clean shave was a sign of a sharp razor, and a mustache, when properly waxed and curled, was a sign that a man had at least 45 minutes of free time every morning and a valet with steady hands. But we have entered the age of the 1973 mustache, and I must report that the character being stated is one of unmitigated chaos. We are living in a time when the male upper lip has become a battlefield. No longer do we see the tidy pencil mustaches of the card-sharp or the majestic sweeping handlebar of the riverboat captain. Instead, we are besieged by a variety of facial growths that suggest the wearers have either lost their razors in a gasoline queue or have decided to cultivate a small, private wilderness directly beneath their nostrils as a form of protest against the inflation rate. The primary specimen of this decade is what I call the caterpillar of despair. This is a thick, bushy, and remarkably unkempt thicket of hair that occupies the entire space between the nose and the mouth. It does not possess a shape so much as it possesses a territory. It is a mustache that has given up on the idea of grooming and has instead decided to pursue a policy of unlimited expansion. I spoke with a gentleman named Bernard, a man who worked in human resources, a phrase that sounds like he spends his days sorting people into bins, who possessed a mustache of such staggering density that I found it difficult to hear his words. It was as if he were speaking through a heavy velvet curtain. "It gives me an air of authority, don't you think, Mr. TwAIn?" Bernard asked, his voice muffled by 2 inches of brown bristles. "Bernard," I replied, "it gives you the air of a man who has accidentally inhaled a squirrel and is currently waiting for it to find its way out. You do not look authoritative. You look like you are hiding a secret, or perhaps a small collection of breadcrumbs from the Eisenhower administration. Tell me, how do you manage the logistics of a bowl of soup?" Bernard sighed, and a small puff of dust rose from his upper lip. "The soup is a challenge, I'll admit. I've had to switch entirely to clear broths, and even then I require a specialized apparatus involving several napkins and a high degree of suction. This is the hidden tragedy of the 1973 mustache, the logistics of nutrition. A man with a walrus mustache, another popular style that drapes over the mouth like a weeping willow, cannot eat a sandwich without performing a thorough biological survey of his facial hair afterward. To witness a man in a polyester leisure suit attempting to consume a chocolate eclair while sporting a 1973 mustache is to witness a struggle of such Homeric proportions that it should be set to music. The mustache acts as a filter, a sieve, and a permanent archive of every meal consumed since the previous Sunday. And then there is the matter of the sideburns. In 1973, the mustache does not live alone. It is almost always supported by a pair of sideburns that are currently attempting to secede from the scalp and join the chin in a glorious union of hair. These are not the mutton chops of my youth, which were trimmed with the precision of a topiary garden. These are the outriggers of the face. They descend from the ears in wide, fuzzy slabs, encroaching upon the cheeks until the wearer's eyes appear to be peeking out from a very small window in a very large haystack. I have observed that as the political situation in Washington becomes more tangled, the sideburns of the populace become longer. It is as if the American man is trying to insulate his brain from the news of the Watergate tapes by wrapping his head in a layer of natural fleece. I saw a young man yesterday whose sideburns had reached such a length that they were beginning to interfere with his collar. "Son," I said, "are you planning to grow those until they meet beneath your chin, or are you merely waiting for the government to pass a law requiring you to trim them?" "It's the natural look, man," he replied, adjusted his mood ring, which was a shade of apathetic green. "It shows I'm not part of the establishment." "My boy," I said, "if the establishment is characterized by the use of a razor and a basic understanding of symmetry, then I suggest you reconsider your rebellion. You do not look like a revolutionary. You look like a man who has been startled by a hedge trimmer and hasn't yet recovered his composure." The mustache of 1973 is also a mask of vanity. We live in an age of the hustle, and the mustache is the ultimate accessory for the man who wants to look like he knows a secret. Whether it is the horseshoe mustache of the truck driver, which curves down around the mouth like a silver-plated frown, or the chevron of the television anchor, the goal is the same: to provide a look of maturity to a generation that is currently obsessed with self-discovery and finding its center. I suspect that many men grow these mustaches because they are afraid of what their faces would look like without them. In 1973, we are a nation that has lost its genuine character and replaced it with simulated versions of everything. We have simulated wood grain on our televisions, simulated meat in our burgers, and simulated wisdom on our faces. The mustache is a simulated maturity. It suggests a level of experience and gravitas that is often entirely absent from the man behind the hair. I saw a politician on the evening news, a fellow with a mustache so perfectly manicured and so obviously dyed that it looked like it had been applied with a stencil. He was explaining that the economy was in a state of transition, which is a fancy way of saying it was falling down a flight of stairs. "Observe the mustache," I said to the man sitting next to me in the lounge. "Notice how it remains perfectly still while his mouth is moving at 100 miles an hour. It is a stabilizer. It is designed to give his lies a certain weight and dignity. If he were clean-shaven, you would see his lip trembling with the effort of such a monumental humbug. But behind the hair he is as steady as a rock, specifically a pet rock, which has about the same level of concern for your welfare. The 1973 mustache is the final frontier of the American male's vanity. We have tried the platform shoes, we have tried the double-knit polyester, and we have tried the mood rings. Now, we have surrendered to the hair. We have decided that if we cannot fix the world, we can at least grow something on our faces that we can control, provided, of course, that we don't accidentally get it caught in the door of our avocado green refrigerator. I find myself longing for the days of the straight razor. There was a moral clarity to a clean shave. It required a man to face himself in the mirror every morning with a sharp instrument and a steady hand. It was a daily act of discipline. But in 1973, we have abandoned discipline in favor of expression. We want to express ourselves, and apparently ourselves are very hairy, very messy, and very prone to getting stuck in our soup. As for me, I shall keep my mustache as it has always been. A modest, well-tended affair that knows its place and does not attempt to colonize my neck. I am a man of the 19th century, and I believe that a mustache should be a garnish, not the main course. If I see one more horseshoe mustache today, I shall be forced to retreat to my room and lock the door. For the world of 1973 is a world of vibrations and grooves, and I am afraid that most of those grooves are currently being used to store crumbs in the mustaches of my fellow citizens. 10-4, good buddy. I'm putting down the razor and picking up a pair of shears. It's a jungle out there, and I'm afraid the only way to survive 1973 is to blend in with the shrubbery, or at least to grow a sideburn long enough to use as a bookmark. A note on the density of the disguise. It has been calculated that if all the mustaches grown in the United States in the year 1973 were collected and spun into a single thread, it would be sufficient to weave a blanket large enough to cover the entire Watergate complex, a feat that would be of great service to the nation, as it would finally provide a hairy explanation for why everything in that building is so difficult to see clearly. Chapter 20, The Final Humbug, A New Year's Toast. New Year's Day is the accepted time for making a fresh start on old habits. It is the day we set aside to solemnly swear that we shall be better men, knowing full well that by the 3rd of January we shall be back to our old rascally ways, only with a slightly more expensive hangover and a brand new calendar to record our failures. The author. We have reached the end of the line. The 12-month marathon of 1973 is currently wheezing toward the finish line, clutching its side and looking for a place to sit down and have a quiet, nervous breakdown. It has been a year of such magnificent multicolored and polyester-clad absurdity that I find myself wondering if the entire experience was not a collective hallucination induced by the fumes of 1,000 fondue pots and the rhythmic throb of a disco beat. As I sit here in my study, carefully avoiding the deep-pile avocado shag carpeting that has already claimed a pair of my favorite cufflinks and a small tortoiseshell letter opener, I am forced to conclude that 1973 was the year the human race finally decided that reality was a bit too drab for its tastes and replaced it with a simulated version that could be purchased in 3 easy installments. Let us look back upon this landscape of progress one last time. We began the year with the promise of peace with honor, a phrase that has since been filed away in the same cabinet as the check is in the mail, and I am not a crook. We watched as our national integrity was unraveled by 18.5 minutes of magnetic silence, a silence so loud that it could be heard even over the shouting of the gasoline queues. We saw the heavens being invaded by a skylab that required a silver and orange parasol to keep from melting, proving that even in the vacuum of space, American technology still requires the occasional piece of lawn furniture to function. We have lived through a year where a horse was the only honest politician in the country, and where a rock, a common, unmoving pebble, was considered a suitable substitute for a living soul. We have seen the battle of the sexes decided on a tennis court, as if the thousands of years of human evolution could be distilled into a single cross-court volley. And we have done all of this while wearing trousers made of a substance that would survive a nuclear winter but cannot survive a stray spark from a cigar. I recently attended a New Year's Eve gathering, the final socialist plot of the year. The room was filled with men in leisure suits of such violent hues that they appeared to be engaged in a visual duel to the death. There was a burnt orange jacket competing with a harvest gold vest, and the result was a sensory calamity that made the champagne taste like vinegar. "A toast, Mr. TwAIn!" shouted my host, a man named Henderson, who was currently wearing a mustache that appeared to be trying to crawl into his ears for warmth. "A toast to 1974. May it be better than the one we're leaving behind." "Sir," I replied, raising a glass of something that was purportedly bourbon, but which I suspect was actually a simulated spirit made from recycled soy paper and the tears of a tax collector. "I shall drink to 1974. I shall drink to it because it has the distinct advantage of not being 1973. But I warn you, the calendar may change, but the rascals remain the same. A new year is merely a fresh coat of avocado green paint on an old leaky refrigerator. It looks different for a week, but the smell of the old fish remains." Henderson didn't care for that. People in 1973 do not want the truth. They want a mood ring that stays permanently blue. They want to believe that the energy crisis is a temporary setback, that the meat shortage is a strategic maneuver, and that the man in the White House is merely having a misunderstanding with the legal department. But as the clock ticks toward midnight, I find myself feeling a strange, grudging affection for this ridiculous year. For all its humbugs and its polyester, 1973 has been a year of profound revelation. It has shown us the limits of our vanity. It has shown us that you cannot run a civilization on magnetic tape and 10-gallon limits. It has shown us that when the world becomes too complex, the human mind will inevitably retreat into the simplicity of a pet rock or the repetitive pointing of the hustle. We are a nation of pilgrims who have lost our way in a Sears catalog. We have been seeking the great American dream and have found instead a simulated Spanish oak television console and a mood-sensitive necklace. We have traded our moral fiber for double knit, and we are currently wondering why we feel so itchy. "What do you think 1974 holds, Sam?" asked a young woman in a silver jumpsuit that appeared to be reflecting every mistake I have made since 1865. "My dear," I said, "I suspect it holds more of the same, only with wider lapels and longer sideburns. We shall continue to wait in lines, we shall continue to listen to the rumors of impeachment, and we shall continue to try to find our souls in the bottom of a fondue pot. But we shall also continue to laugh. For if we cannot laugh at the sight of a grown man raking his living room floor or a nation being governed by a gap in a recording, then we are truly lost. The great lesson of 1973 is that absurdity is the only thing that is truly inflation-proof. The price of beef may go up, the value of the dollar may go down, and the supply of gasoline may vanish. But the supply of human foolishness remains constant, overflowing, and available to all, regardless of the day of the week. And so, I raise my glass to the final humbug. I toast the plumbers who couldn't stop a leak, the exorcists who couldn't find a demon, and the male chauvinists who couldn't win a tennis match. I toast the avocado kitchens that will haunt our descendants and the platform shoes that have kept us all a few inches closer to the heavens than we deserve to be. I toast Secretariat, the only creature with the sense to run in a straight line, and I toast the pet rock, the only creature with the sense to stay quiet. Most of all, I toast you, the American public. You have endured a year of monumental nonsense with a resilience that is truly staggering. You have danced under the mirror balls. You have waited for the even days, and you have continued to believe that the next suite of appliances will finally make you happy. You are the ultimate humbug, for you are a race of optimists living in a world of polyester. As the clock strikes 12 and the mood rings of the nation turn a hopeful shade of sapphire, I shall step out onto the balcony and look at the stars. They, at least, are not harvest gold. They do not require a limited warranty, and they haven't been coordinated by a committee. They are the only things in the universe that haven't changed since I first looked at them from the deck of a steamboat, and they are a great comfort to a man who is currently surrounded by a world made of plastic and pretense. 10-4, good buddy. The Blue Shadow is signing off. I'm putting down the microphone, I'm taking off the leisure suit, and I'm going to find a place where the air doesn't smell like sterno and the music doesn't command me to vibrate. May 1974 be kind to you. May your gas tank be full, your steak be genuine, and your sideburns stay within the legal limits of your jurisdiction. And if you should happen to find a man in a white suit wandering through the harvest gold ruins of the 20th century, do not be alarmed. He is merely a ghost looking for a bit of plain speaking and a clean-shaven face in a year that has forgotten the value of both. Over and out. The year is done, the humbug is complete, and I suspect I've just lost my other slipper in the shag. God bless us, everyone, even the ones in the powder blue polyester. They're going to need all the help they can get. A final note on the persistence of time. It is a sobering thought that 1973 will never truly die. It will live on in the back of our closets, in the faded photographs of our mustaches, and in the avocado appliances that will continue to hum in our basements until the end of the world. A year is a temporary thing, but bad taste is eternal. We may move on to 1974, but 1973 will always be there, lurking in the pile of the carpet like a discarded penny, waiting for the rake of history to bring it back into the light. The end. This has been Mark Twain.